Молодец. Прям люблю людей очень это. А это специально ты их разделил? А, do you like?
Эй, услышь меня в зуме.
faça enlouquecer, só pra te namorar, só por um beijo, por um sim, por um não, porque é moça, felicidade. Joia de você, só você, o meu desejo que a gente chama amor. Espero de viver.
Probably. Is it? Okay. Okay. This we can approve. If everybody would come, we would have so many people. I mean, to understand you makes so many sense. Don't go by my honestly, wie gefällt dir das? I mean, I understand one person just to make sure.
Só por um beijo.
Is the link like yesterday? Like it's the election.
Porque é moça, felicidade. Moça, é joia de viver. Você, só você, o meu desejo que a gente chama amor. Eu espero de viver.
It begins to tell midnight from midnight. I did pretty well till after sundown. Summertime I'm feeling sad, but it really gets bad around midnight. Memories always start at midnight, from midnight. Haven't got the heart to stand those memories when my heart is still with you. And the midnight music too. There's some quarrel we had needs mending. Doesn't mean that our love is ending. Darling, I need you. Lately I find you're out of my arms. I'm out of my mind. Let our love take me till midnight, round midnight. Let the angels sing for your return. Let our love be safe and sound when midnight comes around.
Like that, and huh? That's good.
Let our love take we till midnight, round midnight. Let the angels sing for your return. Let our love be safe and sound when old midnight comes around.
Okay, Martin, you can have, yeah, you just continue. Actually, that will be the horn showing you that the time is over. So good morning, everybody. Good, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the evening. Please take your seat. It was very interesting yesterday to see Peter in the net. Peter, I think you, you did really a great game. I mean, maybe you have some. It doesn't look, you know, but that was and France. I mean, no, still the. So we had. I think it was. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did also, and then that you had also some podcast. But anyway, now we are going back to serious stuff. As I said, yesterday we made a draw to actually make the choice about the different candidates, how they make their little presentation. The time is limited 10 minutes for the presidential presentation. And I would propose you that we actually, the 5 candidates, they will make the presentation. And at the end of these 5 presentations, I will open the floor to ask questions. I think when I'm reading the different manifestos and presentation, I would have a lot of questions. So, but it's not me here to actually ask this question. It's you. You know, I mean, how is it possible that we could do this? How is it possible? How do you see the financial issue? How can you do this and this? We should really, really ask my successor, what is his goal, what he likes to do. Yeah, there are different ways to do so. I think we will not do that with the council members or the senior vice president, I think, but it's very important to do that with the presidential candidates. So, Ashley, are you ready? Do we have the roll call about the people coming from, but they are here? Martin, can you show me on the screen if at least we have somebody here? You have it, John. Huh? Et voilà. So good morning, good evening, or good night for some of you people there. So welcome. I think we don't need to make a roll call as we do not have an election, but I just take the opportunity to welcome our friends not being able to participate in this semi-annual Congress here. Not easy. Some had to wake up very early or not go to bed. Okay, Ashley, I give you the floor.
So good morning, delegates, council. Now I will just go over a brief presentation for the election procedures. We think it's very important for even the candidates in the room to understand exactly the voting process virtually so that you feel comfortable not only in the voting process in the room, but also the virtual voting process. So everyone is aware, we ran a test simulation with about half of the virtual voters yesterday. We will run another test simulation today at 2:30 for those virtual voters that were unable to attend yesterday. But we think it's very important that the membership in the room feels comfortable and confident with the virtual voting process, in addition to the process that we will use in the room. I'm sorry, I don't have heels. Martin, is it possible to put it up this way? I can't see. Sorry, technical difficulties because I'm short. So, okay, perfect. Sorry about that. So I will start by explaining the virtual voting process to all membership, virtual and in person. So as I might have mentioned, the key for the IHF was to create a simulation between the virtual and the in-person that was close as possible. And that was for multiple reasons. One being Swiss law, that we have to create equality between our membership in the room and our membership that is voting virtually. So just to go over the process to establish and show you exactly why it's very equivalent. So the voter identity in person is confirmed by us delivering the ballot to the individual M&A. One voter, one ballot. Electronic, the voter identity is confirmed before the ballot or credentials are delivered. One voter, one or two ballots, depending on whether the M&A has one vote or two votes. Physically, the ballot chain of custody is controlled by in-person observers. The chain of custody in the room is controlled by your scrutineers. Voter can confirm ballot was received. The scrutineers stand at their ballot box. They see that the M&A, responsible M&A, is delivering the ballot to the ballot box. Electronic, the ballot chain of custody is controlled via the VPN and end-to-end digital encryption. Voter receives confirmation ballot was uploaded, was processed. So every single time a ballot is uploaded to the secure link, the virtual voter will receive a green check that his ballot was received by the IHF to confirm for the IHF and the virtual voter that it was received. In person, ballot does not reveal voter identity. It's completely anonymous. We have no names on the ballot, so there's no way that when the scrutineers are checking and counting, they know how an M&A voted. Paper ballots exist for audit recount purposes. Similarly, in the electronic system, it is completely anonymous. Ballot does not reveal voter identity. So everyone understands the ballot is uploaded to a secure platform. The scrutineer will print that ballot to create a paper ballot identical to the one that is in the room. And as soon as that ballot is printed, the electronic footprint is deleted. Paper ballot will then exist for the recount. So in the room, you will all vote, put your ballot in the ballot box. This will go up to the front and be counted. Similarly, the virtual voter will vote, upload this to the IHF secure platform, and then it will be printed to create a physical ballot identical to the ballots that are used in the room. So each virtual voter will receive the active ballot in real time. So as we are passing out the ballots to all of the membership in the room, the ballot will be emailed from a secure email address to every single virtual voter. It will look the same as the paper ballot used in the room. It literally will come from the same computer and be identical to the ballots used in the room. Each virtual voter must upload the number of ballots equal to his or her M&A's voting right. So some of you may be concerned, as we have M&A's voting virtually, that only have one vote. We have a secure system to ensure, based on how the ballots will be given to our M&A's, that an M&A who only has one vote can only exercise one vote. Ballot upload will be password protected. So when they go to upload the secure ballot to the IHF secure link, they will have received a password to their mobile device, and that password must be used for them to upload the ballot. The files will have end-to-end encryption during upload. No third parties will be used in the transfer, only IHF owned and operated technology for secure file sharing. So these ballots are uploaded to the IHF office, and our technology are our servers in the IHF office. We are not using a third-party service provider where some people were concerned about manipulation. This is not possible. This is IHF owned technology. Virtual voter receives immediate confirmation of ballot upload. As we indicated, it's a green check. So it says confirmation with a green check. Every single virtual voter will receive this once they upload their ballots. If they do not receive this, they have a dedicated helpline that they can call and will allow us to immediately fix this and fix the problem, and if necessary, put the election on hold if it is a technology error on our side, which we do not anticipate at all. The secure file upload technology is extremely reliable and has been used for several years by the IHF technology. If any of our M&As were involved in our championships this year, many of you had to upload COVID tests for your teams. This secure link is a very similar technology how we use for all of our championships this year with respect to very sensitive medical data for all of the players that participated in our championship. The e-ballot is printed upon receipt and scrutinized. It can be added to the ballot box and becomes a paper ballot, fully auditable and subject to recount if necessary. So at the conclusion of printing the e-ballots, the data footprint, the technology data footprint will be deleted and we will have paper ballots. They will all be put with the physical ballots and put into a file if necessary for us to be able to track. So election procedures. So the IHF has appointed Erica Reidel as an election oversight person. She is a completely independent person. She acts in several elections for several international federations. She is a lawyer and she will be overseeing the entire process. You'll see her on stage. I'm not sure if she's in the room. It does not appear so. We will introduce her tomorrow, but she's independent and she will oversee the entire process from an independent observer's perspective. We've additionally appointed scrutineers from the membership. Andy French from Great Britain will be the virtual voter scrutineer. So he will be sitting at the computer. He will be the one who is opening the ballots, printing the ballots, and deleting them once obtained. Stoyan from Bulgaria will be a physical scrutineer for quadrant A. I will explain the quadrants in a minute. Yosat from Colombia will be physical scrutineer for quadrant B. Conrad from Iceland will be the physical scrutineer for quadrant C. And Attar from Norway will be the physical scrutineer for quadrant D. This gives you an idea of how we are handling the physical voting. We have divided every single quadrant or every single part of the room into quadrants. We've appointed one scrutineer per quadrant, and that is the only scrutineer that will hand you a ballot. That scrutineer will stand at your ballot box, and that scrutineer will be responsible for counting the ballots in your quadrant. As you can see, not all, because of the layout of the room, not all scrutineers have the same number of votes they will count. But this will ensure that you have one contact person, you have one scrutineer, you have one person who's handing you the ballots, and it allows them to have greater control over their respective voters in their quadrant. Just to give you an exact idea of how this process will work, we will have one person, which will be Adrian, you can see him, who will be responsible for printing the ballots. Adrian will print the exact number of ballots for Conrad in his respective quadrant. Once he prints the exact number of ballots for Conrad, he will hand them to Conrad, and Conrad will begin to distribute them to his delegates. He will then print for quadrant A, B, D, C. He will not print all 107 ballots. He will print only the number for the respective quadrant. It is very important that we do this process to ensure that there is not more ballots floating around in the room than votes allow. If Adrian prints the number of ballots and we get to the end of the quadrant and there is a missing ballot, we will collect all of the ballots and we will start the process over with a new indication on the new ballot that it is a new ballot due to misnumbering, miscount, misprinting. So once and at the exact moment these ballots are being handed out, Andy will email to the virtual voters their virtual ballot. Once we have confirmation that all of the ballots have been handed out, that all of the virtual voters have received their ballot, we will start a time clock of 10 minutes. Every voter, both physically and virtually, will have exactly 10 minutes to exercise their right to vote. And what this means is that you have 10 minutes to mark and you have 10 minutes to walk to your quadrant's voter box. Every quadrant will have their own dedicated voter box. You must put your vote in the voter box for your quadrant. The previous slide, I divided the quadrants. We will put this exact slide on every single person's or every single delegate's desk the day of election, so there's no question who your scrutineer is and where your voter box is located. It is also important to note, the second that 10-minute buzzer goes off, there is no more voting. If you do not have your ballot in the ballot box, or for virtual voters, if you do not have it uploaded, unless there's a technology problem, you will not be allowed to exercise your vote in that round of voting. Once the 10 minutes concludes, every single scrutineer will walk their ballot up to the front of the room. Once the 10 minutes concludes, Andy will begin printing the virtual ballots, and then the scrutineers will begin to count. They have a dedicated first checked sheet of paper where they will confirm the number of ballots handed out. They will confirm the number of ballots received, and they will confirm the number of ballots cast. They will begin checking and counting. Once they have concluded counting, each one will move down one slot, meaning scrutineer for quadrant A will move down to scrutineer, or the scrutineer box for B. C, D, and quadrant D will move over to the virtual position. And at this point in time, they will check the work of their colleague to make sure every single vote is identical. Once we confirm that the first check and the second check are identical, the second check page will be deleted or it will be shredded. And the first check page, once we've confirmed it, will be handed to Erica Reidel, and she will do a tallying of the total votes cast, and then the number of votes for each candidate to determine if a candidate has won in that particular round. If, for example, in the first round, the presidential elections, we have a candidate that receives the 50.001% majority, Renee will announce the candidate that won. If we do not have a candidate that has won, Erica will come up on stage and she will explain the procedures for the next step. Specifically, that we do not have a candidate that received majority, simple majority, and we will have to move in to the next round of elections. For complete transparency to our membership, we will announce the exact number of votes that has been received by every single candidate. Voting rules. So currently, between virtual voters and our voter membership in the room, we have 107 possible votes. It's important, majority is determined from votes cast. Also, I have to express, we have 107 votes possible in the room. That does not necessarily mean on the day of election, we will have 107 votes. If someone decides not to show up, if we have a virtual voter that decides not to show up, it's fine because we only have to have quorum in the room to have elections. So on election day, this number could be 105. It could be 104. It's important to remember for the IHF to hold these elections, we merely need to have quorum, which is 50.001% of our total membership present to do the voting. Also, it is important to remember that majority is determined by votes cast. Ballots with incorrect number of votes are invalid and do not count towards votes cast. This gives you an example, or let me preference this. If we would receive a ballot for a presidential election and there would be 2 checks on that ballot is considered invalid and will not count towards votes cast. For example, in quadrant A, we have 19 votes. We will hand out 19 ballots. We will hopefully receive back 19 ballots. But if someone in the first round of presidential elections marks 2 candidates, votes cast will only be 18 because one of those ballots is invalid. Therefore, we do acknowledge that there could be a situation where you guys accidentally mark the wrong name. And this shows you exactly how you should handle it if you mark the wrong name. If you accidentally mark the wrong name the first time, we request that you put X's all the way through that name, mark your actual preference and circle that. So there is no question as to whom you are voting for. Anything but this on a paper, anything will be considered an invalid vote, will not count, and will not be part of votes cast. It is extremely important that we are precise with this. Anything but this, if we do not see the circle around the name of the person who you are voting for, it will be an invalid vote. It will be marked out as an invalid vote and will not count. So rules. As many of you know, in our statute and bylaw changes in 2018, we changed our election procedures. And this, with these few slides, we will go over the election procedures. If you remember, we changed trying to focus on ensuring the president, the senior vice president, the regional vice presidents, and the council members obtained majority to become elected to the IHF Council. The rules are a bit different between president, senior vice president, and regional vice president and council. So please take note of the differences between the rules. For president, senior vice president, and regional vice president, a candidate receiving 50.001% of votes cast on the first or subsequent ballot shall be elected. For president, senior vice president, and regional vice president, a candidate will not be elected unless he receives a simple majority. When a second or subsequent voting round is necessary, the candidate with the fewest number of votes will drop out. So in the first round of presidential elections, we have 5 candidates. If no one receives majority, candidate between A and D who receives the fewest number of votes will drop out, and we will continue to a second round with 4 candidates. If a candidate withdraws after any round, it's important to note that any candidate can withdraw from the IHF election at any time. Now, during the election, they can withdraw at any time. If a candidate withdraws after, let's say, for example, this first round, and if they are not the candidate with the fewest number of votes, the candidate with the fewest number of votes still drops out. So let's do the example. You have 5 candidates. We don't receive majority. Candidate D receives the fewest number of votes. He drops out, even if candidate C makes the decision to withdraw, meaning in the second round, we would only have 3 presidential candidates. So rules for council. There's a slight twist in how we elect council. Candidates receiving a vote of 50.01% of the ballots cast on the first or subsequent ballot shall be elected. Our goal with council elections is to obtain majority for every single candidate. However, being that we are electing such a large group, we also do not want any round of election to go without at least getting 1 candidate. So if in any round of voting, if no candidate receives a vote of 50.001% of the ballots cast, then the candidate or candidates that receive the greatest number of votes in that round will be declared elected. And when I say candidates, it's important to remember that's only if 2 tie at the top for the exact same amount of plurality votes. So for example, in the first round, if 3 candidates receive majority, those 3 candidates are elected, and the candidate with the fewest number of votes would fall out, and we would move to the next round of council elections. If in the first round of voting, no candidate received majority, then the candidate that has the most votes at the top would be elected by plurality. If in this round of election, no candidate received the majority of votes, but 2 tied at the very top for the most number of votes based on plurality, both of those candidates would be elected. The candidate at the bottom would fall out, and we would move to the next round of voting. As indicated in the last bullet point, If an insufficient number of candidates meet the requirements to fill the available positions, the candidates with the fewest number of votes drop out, and we move to the next round of elections. So rules for a tie at the top position. If more candidates tie than positions are available, there is a runoff for the remaining positions. The candidates in this runoff receiving the most number of votes wins, would get the election. So let me give you an example. Let's say in the last round, which would be the last round, 4 candidates tie for the very top position, but we only have 3 positions left. So we would do a runoff between those 4 candidates, and the 3 that got the most number of votes in that runoff would be elected. So rules, ties for the lowest positions in council. And this one is a bit more difficult. So we've done an actual example. If more candidates tie for the fewest number of votes, and the removal of all of those candidates from the next round of voting would cause there to be fewer remaining candidates in available positions, all of the other remaining candidates shall be elected by acclamation, and candidates receiving the fewest number of votes shall participate in a runoff, with the candidates receiving the highest number of votes being elected. And this would be the example. Candidate A receives 40 votes, candidate B receives 30 votes, candidate C, D, and E receive 10 votes. We have 3 positions left. Candidate 3 or 4 positions left. Candidate A and B are automatically put into the council election, are automatically put as a position of council, and candidate C, D, and E would participate in the runoff, with the 2 candidates with the most votes getting elected. So again, we have 5 candidates left in the entire election for council. We have 4 positions. Candidate A and B would be elected, and C, D, and E would run in a runoff to determine of those 3 candidates who would get elected as council. And again, this is when we get down to the bottom and we have fewer, we have to fill more positions than is allowed in the bottom of the tie. If we did not have to fill these positions, then C, D, and E would have just fallen off. So this is the conclusion of the presentation. I understand that the rules for plurality at the top and the rules for plurality at the bottom are a bit confusing. In addition to me sending out this presentation to every single delegate, I will be available an hour before the Congress elections, the council elections, in the room, that any delegate member can come to me and ask me questions, so that I can clarify any misunderstandings of the council election procedures. Our goal is that this is your election. This is the most important election, as Renee said, you guys have had in 27 years. We want you to feel comfortable with the process that we have implemented for you. But I am available if there are any questions now.
Merci beaucoup, Ashley. As you can see, Ashley is very excited. I mean, it will be her day today and tomorrow. So go slowly, Ashley, because we would a little bit. I just said to John, we put a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So, but we are here. We are working as a team. We will not. You will not be alone. And if something will go wrong, just shoot me. I mean, no problem. You know, I will anyway not be here next Monday. So you can just use me there. So questions to Ashley. This is, as I said, I understand a little bit, Ashley, as once again, you know, we will just do everything possible that we do not give just a little in space that somebody could go to, I would say, court arbitration of sport, to that we have to redo the election. That would be actually a big blame for our federation and us. So that's why we will go actually in the old voting procedure. We will go. We have time tomorrow. We will go Slowly, slowly. As they say here in Russia, ticha, ticha, medlena, langsam. Okay. I think we are 9 o'clock, even more. So I think we can start with the first candidates, if there are no more questions. The first candidate. Franz, you have the floor. Sorry, Sergey is not here. Can somebody call Sergey? I think. Oh, is somebody watching for Sergey Goncharov? I think I'm very sorry, Franz. Bin verstanden. Okay. You know, if you are not on the roll call in the beginning, I don't know. We should make a rule that you should be here. Anyway. Kalle is here, so normally everybody should be here. Kalle, no? Yeah. Good morning, Kalle. Important moment for the candidates. I should make too many jokes. So I'm sorry about that. You have the floor. Thank you.
Dear President René Fasel, distinguished member association presidents and delegates, I hope your families, teams and players are safe and well. It's a great to see so many of you here in beautiful St. Petersburg. And I'm thankful for our friends who are participating online. It is a great to see so many of you. Excuse me. Thank you also for the wonderful hosts here in St. Petersburg and the Russian Ice Hockey Federation for staging a successful Congress. And I wish to applaud my fellow presidential and council candidates for conducting their campaigns with great respect and sportsmanship. First, please allow me to start with a short film.
I was born with skates on my feet. I have been a player, a coach, was a sports leader. I have dedicated my life to hockey.
Team Europe is going to the World Cup final.
As the president of the IHF, I have a vision. Let's grow, expand, and engage. Let's shape the future of our wonderful sport together. The world of hockey has made me into the person I am today.
Friends, I am honored to stand here before you now as a presidential candidate and express my vision to the future of hockey. I want to hockey thrive in the modern world. This requires long leadership, teamwork, a dynamic approach, and extensive experience in international sports. These are qualities that I possess, and they will enable me to lead the IHF through the next exciting phase of our journey. My strategy is to deliver value and growth for global hockey with a clear plan, my 4 lines for our prosperous future. Firstly, I want to improve international coordination and balance, which means the interests of all M&As, no matter how big or small, in all regions, have a best opportunities. Empower M&As to be at the heart of the decision-making process. With greater communication and coordination, we can ensure all benefits are shared between you, the M&As, the key stakeholders, partners, fans in the world of hockey. Secondly, it's my mission to grow hockey globally in every part of the world, from grassroots to elite level. If I have the honor to be elected, I will try my very best to establish a global COVID-19 fund to help M&As to bounce back from tough times, to explore new event ideas and review global calendar to develop engaging ways to excite fans and players. With innovations, imagine thinking, we will have more young players, fans, partners, broadcasters, and revenues to share. To maximize the growth opportunities offered by the Beijing Winter Games. We must seize this moment to promote hockey in Asia, which will have fantastic benefits for everyone as we open up the growing market. With all my Olympic experience, I will work with the IOC and President Bach to ensure we capitalize the Beijing Games. I will be a strong voice for you all. My 3rd line concerns commercial performance. Hockey lives in a crowded market, and we are competing with many other sports, entertainment, and gaming. To ensure our financial future by increasing investment and improve our current commercial agreements. To embrace innovation, to create the best marketing, digital, social media experience, harnessing the power of data ethically to understand our fans better. To engage hockey heroes as ambassadors who will boost our profile, help engage younger, more digital fans. My 4th line focuses on enhancing IHF governance, integrity, and transparency. In this respect, I'm fully committed to ensure IHF upholds best practice in line with the International Federation's Governance Review 2020, to fight against doping, corruption, and all forms of manipulation, to improve diversity, gender equality within the IHF and the sports as a whole, to focus on sustainability and address the challenges of climate changes to protect the future of ice hockey, including getting more ice rinks and making our facilities more efficient and eco-friendly. On this point, let's be very clear. Without good rinks and facilities, we do not have a sport. We definitely need to establish a new World Facility Summit, not only to increase funding in this key area, but also to enable knowledge transfer between our member national associations. I want every nation to have rinks, especially to bring kids on ice, and together we can. President, delegates, friends, Above everything else, I truly love hockey. I have been a professional team player, coach, manager, president of a quite successful but smaller hockey federation, Germany. With a common long-term plan, we were able to improve in world ranking, impressive, achieving medal records, developed wonderful young players, and growing thousands more of fans. I now want to achieve this all for you on a global level. Across 20 years of sports leadership, I was elected to IHF Council at a large majority in 2016, for which I'm very, very grateful. I have been appointed to numerous IHF committees, chaired the IHF competition committee with outstanding members, and many IHF events. Thanks to everyone supporting me over the years. Dear colleagues, hockey has enjoyed good times, but fresh leadership is needed as we look forward to these very, very challenging times. Make no mistake, I am my own man with a clear vision to deliver this. In an uncertain world, I offer total certainty. And together, as a united hockey family, we can achieve so much more. I'm ready to serve you, the sport, the players, and its millions of loyal hockey fans. It would be an honor for me, for a lifetime, to be the captain of Team IHF. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Franz. I think we're going to make the next candidate coming in. This is Peter Brischa. Peter, you have the floor. Jetzt hören wir das Mikro nach dem Null.
Dear Mr. President, colleagues, friends, those are two incredible days. They are in front of us, and I can just feel the excitement in the building as we are coming to the finals. Some of you described that we were around you like a flies around the cake the last couple of days, and I've heard some proposals that should be repeated every year. I hope not. But seriously, thank you very much for your openness. You were just fantastic on those Zoom calls. You were really helpful, and you were able to describe your visions about the future of IHF. Personally, these calls energized me and just confirmed my belief in we as the only way forward. We've been through difficult time, paralyzed by pandemic for 2 seasons, had to move the World Championship and paid a lot of expenses. But we survived it. And at the end of the pandemic, and I hope this is the end, I want to express my deep respect to René, my colleagues on the council, IHF office, and Luke for great work in keeping us healthy financially. Very solid base, another great legacy of René. Thank you. Now a new era starts for all of us. I believe in a great knowledge and experience among the members. Speaking about you, most of you describe pretty openly you want to change the way how we work now and adjust it to the current challenges. To achieve it, we must find the courage to be very honest to ourselves. We have to agree to change ourselves first. Council, IHF, M&As. If we do, we can grab many new opportunities. We are in the year 2021, and this is the right time to ask, where are we, or where do we want to be in 10 years? What do we want to change, and how we achieve it? And finally, are we really ready to pay the price for next 10 years of hard, persistent work? Let's consider this like playing the game for 10 periods, and we want to win this. Frankly speaking, we don't have funds like UEFA or FIFA. We cannot have a large development department, and we cannot hope for miracles in the form of parachutists who will fall from the sky. This is our game, our future to manage. But clear as the price must be paid first by leader. I ask myself also honestly and ruthlessly, believe me, ruthlessly, am I ready to? Am I able to bring everybody into we? And I stand before you now and say, yes, I'm ready. I will offer you my blood, sweat, and tears. I give you every single piece of my soul, human soul and hockey soul, to every one of you equally. I stand not for revolution, but for sustainable evolution. But it must start now. There's no time to waste for any transition. At the beginning of August, I introduced 5 pillars of very concrete actions. If elected president, starting from them, I see 3 priorities. I unify IHF with a common purpose, let's call 2021. First, the council for the new way of the work. Very clear and concrete council strategy and priorities, short-term, long-term. Give every council member concrete responsibility in direct interaction with the office. Open immediately transparent discussion with you members and offer ownership of the future. Find the common understanding of roles of each M&A inside our family. Set up our commitment of all to each other. We need big ones for revenues. We need small ones to be global. We must all feel the common sense and the purpose. And of course, we have to define our external policy to manage our key relationships with our key stakeholders. IOC, the new president must be in the structures of IOC to have a strong voice. And we have to face NHL, NHLPA, KHL, Hockey Europe, European Hockey Cup Alliance. Those are huge challenges for the future. The second, act more like business. Yes, we have stability thanks to new 10 years marketing contract, but together with IOC income, those are only 2 legs we stand on. I see us as a tiger, not only standing on 4, but also running and jumping. In the campaign, a lot has been said about new revenue opportunities. The world around us moves a very dynamic way. We compete with and against other sports and also in the business terms. So first of all, we have to define our product values and we have to be able to sell them. For every World Championship, for every area of new technologies, every regional development camp, and all other activities. This must be the council priority. Follow the results at every council meeting. Have a regular, meaningful discussion with our marketing partner in front and challenge them in the good way to make our product better for everyone in the family, for every division. There are a lot of people in this room, they do business in daily life. We know the fact to create a long-term sustainable business takes years and needs a smart and effective investment. The third is massive focus on development. The way to successful development is easy in theory, but most difficult in practice. We all know it. We live it every day. For me, this is absolutely fundamental in the core. You guys, you know my passion for this area. I could easily beat Fidel Castro with another 2 hours of speech and maybe make you jump. But successful development means grow. Grow means better product generally. Better product means more revenues. By smart reinvestment, it means new finances for the further and even better development. This means another growth. Should I continue? Development for me means in general, not just on the ice. It starts with ice rinks. This is a fundamental for us. This is a key area and we must have it as a great priority and council must have ambition to really start a structured program. Negotiation with the governments, with the municipalities, NOCs, private sector. And we have assure more rings are global. We have to set up finances and budget for restart after COVID. A regional cooperation, IHF regional managers in the field, regional ownership and responsibility of development, Asian Development Office, IHF certified developers, women's. By the way, I don't say women's and men's. In my eyes, there's only one game. We have the same heart, same passion, and we share it. We have to focus on common concentrated IHF assistant program for all MNAs, a yearly regional camps to multiplicate number of the kids they will join us, and IHF support of new form of regional competitions. We have to focus on new formats, 3-on-3. We can speak about the structure of our competitions. Then on top of that, IHF TV platform for internal and external use as a gospel to spread our ice hockey spirit, our values, and try to again sell them. On top of that, IHF semi-annual Congress forum for 2 days, because we are everybody on one place, in one place, and we all can really dedicate those 2 days of evaluating the last season and have a fixed schedule for the next one. We are used to play our leagues with the fixed schedule program. Why we don't have this in our development area? Tomorrow, you will push a button to elect a new leadership. Not easy for you. I also ask myself how I vote. I believe in some simple principles behind success in life. The most important is trust. This is the character of the person, not just his policies, that would help me to decide. Who can I trust to be a strong and independent personality who can lead the IHF in this way and represent its interests with the key stakeholders? Who do I trust to be able to unite not only Vice President and Council, but also IHF and the whole family in the long term? Who do I trust to implement concrete plans because they come from his conviction, are based on real experience and not just from promises made in campaign? Who do I trust to accelerate the growth of the game? During my 13 years in clubs, I had many sleepless nights, and I'm sorry, but I don't see the time here because it's the screen. We cannot see that. I stay humble and ask you for your support. Thank you very much.
I think it's better now. Yeah, sorry about that, Peter. But maybe if you have some problem when next candidates, when you're coming, just say, okay, the presentation is here, we can see it here. Okay, I'm the small guy. I mean, it's not so. But okay, sorry for that. The next one is Sergey Goncharov, please.
Dear friends, microphone, yes. Dear friends, let me speak here from the floor, where I've been growing up together with you. But first I heard, Renee, thank you, you were missing me and lots of people were texting me, but no disrespect, Franz and Peter, but I actually think it's unfair to listen to what you say before. That's why I'm presenting my candidature for president. And yeah, I know it's pretty surreal even for me. I'm not your usual candidate. I haven't played hockey professionally, but I have grown up my whole life in hockey. Starting in 1993, my first world championship when I was accredited as a kid. I made it all the way from being a stick boy to CEO of the federation at 23. to council member and now this stage. I am very grateful for all the lessons taught, to all the people who helped me become the person I am today. And I remember my first council meeting, and it would be surprising for some of you, that was about 20 years ago, when I, as an 18-year-old kid, suddenly ended up at the center of world ice hockey, with titans of ice hockey to meet and learn from, like Walter Bush, Murray Costello, Sasha Stable, and Osho Tomita. And you know, my team suggested to write at some press release, let's write, I live hockey every day. But I said no, because that's not true. I don't live hockey every day. For me, the people that live hockey every day are the ones opening the rinks early in the morning and closing them late at night. That are the coaches that go on the ice and teach our kids and develop our game. And I love hockey. And I strongly believe the fact that I have not been living hockey every day of my life is the greatest advantage that I give to that I bring to the table. I had the opportunity to look beyond hockey, to learn from the international Olympic movement, from international federations, to build up a strong network and valuable connections, to widen my horizon. And of course, René, I cannot make this speech without addressing you. You know me since I was a kid, and I'm thankful to all the lessons that you taught me, and also all the bullshit that you gave me. Because you know, we are hockey people, we talk straight. You might not know it, but in council meetings, he even threw some things at me. But René, I hope as our life president, you will become an active part of shaping this new era of ice hockey. Because no matter how good you are, you can always get better. And this is the exciting part. And let's talk about something exciting. How about 24 teams in the top world championship? Isn't that exciting? Some people might say I'm crazy. Actually, there were even talks about reducing. But I'm telling you, it's not a question of when. No, it's not a question of if. It's a question of when we do this. Because otherwise, we will never make a significant step forward. I was on the infront negotiations group. I know who generates our income. And it will be important that this is properly reflected in our future decisions. But I'm telling you, the top nations, this expansion is most needed for you. Without such an expansion, we will never earn more money to appropriately appreciate the contributions that you made over all these years. So 24 teams. The format cuts down on group stage games for teams from 7 to 5. It adds 8 more playoff games. Those are the exciting ones. Those are the marketable ones. This is where great underdog stories can be created and where miracles are made. And hype and buzz that was created when Great Britain won for the first time in over 50 years. And now think about Great Britain starts winning a couple more games. The excitement grows in the country and they make it through playoffs for the first time in many generations. This is how we can grow our fan base. This is how we inspire. This is how we become stronger. But even more interesting, if we speak about other divisions, which will be totally renewed to play semifinals, gold and bronze medal games. Here, even the bronze medal game becomes important as the winner advances to a new in-season qualification tournament for the World Championship. What does it give us? more tournaments to host, official games that you can market, more sponsorships, more games of value that we always talk about. But one of the most interesting parts, look at this, 2.7 billion that we will reach with our new top and first division. With just 2 events, we will have 1/3 of the world population. Isn't that a market for us, Philip? And here we have big markets such as Spain. And I know right now, Spain does not sound feasible. But we are talking about a long-term development strategy. We are talking about kids who do not have such a big gap compared to their international peers yet. We need to give our members such a goal, such a dream, a vision to recreate the Olympic preparation effect. Let's take Korea, that went from 31st in the world ranking to 16th. And this is where the IIHF needs to look at its members as assets. We need to figure out how to make each and every one stronger. We got to help whole regions, Balkans, Arab, Southeast Asia. And speaking of Asia, we will never reach the potential of ice hockey if we do not become more global. We need to grow in Asia because Asia might very well be the key factor for our future prosperity. We all speak about new markets, but how do we actually plan to achieve that? So why not think about having the first World Championship in Asia for maybe our 125th anniversary in 33? It will be the first time in our history and the first time since our 100th anniversary that we go outside the European market. And again, some people might say I'm a dreamer, but I go with Warren Buffett. Someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted the tree a long time ago. And I'm telling you, we need to plant this tree now for our future. And I will tell you straight away, I don't have all the answers. And actually, I don't want to have all the answers because hockey is a team sport. And only together we can find the best solution. And there is nobody better to learn from than IOC President Thomas Bach. After he was elected in 2013, he introduced Agenda 2020, a process that generated over 40,000 ideas and resulted in 40 recommendations that were implemented successfully over the next years. This is what we need to do as well. Let's create our Vision 2033. Because the most important thing is that you have a vision, that you have a goal. Because without a vision, without a goal, you're just drifting around and never ending up. My friends, I would love to talk much more. You know, with me as a president, you will have a healthy debate culture. So 10% of the ideas you already have in the manifesto. The remaining 90% you will get from the president. And to conclude, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for the great talks, not only over the past 3 months, but over the past many years. And I'd like to thank you to all the friends and supporters who encouraged me and who believed in me before I even thought about it. And particularly the tremendously positive feedback on my manifesto has convinced me more than ever that the time is now. So I'm asking for your support, but not for me, for ice hockey, for you, for our future. Let's start creating the future now and together. Thank you much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. We have our next candidate, Henrik. You have the floor.
My dear colleagues, my dear friends, it's been so wonderful to see many of you face to face again after this pandemic kept us apart for so long. And equally to be connected with all of you joining virtually around the world. The fact that we can be all together despite the circumstances is so important. Growing up, hockey was a passion. But when my eldest son put skates on for the first time, I couldn't have imagined how important the sport would become for me and my family. Now, 20 years later, I can't picture what my life would be without it. The past 14 years as Danish ice hockey president has been full of great achievement. Our revenues have tripled. We have increased the number of arenas in our country by 40%, and the number of registered players by 50%. We successfully hosted our first World Championship in 2018. And now, just a few weeks ago, we have qualified for our very first Olympic Games. We have truly broken down barriers in Denmark and brought our sport to new levels. It's in this achievement that convinced me to commit and helping other countries achieving the same success. And so today, after many years as a member of council, it's an honor for me to stand before you as a candidate of IHF president. Thank you for all your support on my journey to get here. It will be a privilege to serve you as your next president. And let me take the moment to thank René for all that he's done for the international hockey in his presidency. His experience during all these years has been so valuable for our organization and to our sport. Thank you, René. Likewise, the experience of all of you has been very important. Everyone in this room has all of you at home. Bring your own experience as a player, administrator, a coach, or whatever else to contribute to build the future of our organization. We have all something unique to contribute, and we have all learned from something to learn from each other. If I have learned something or anything the past few months, it is that the best way to move forward for our sport is to listen to each other. And so I have listened, and I have learned so much from you. I came into this presidential race with some ideas, and I was happy that when I'm speaking with many of you of these ideas was confirmed to be good ones. I also heard of many of the barriers that you are facing in your own country. The structural, the financial, and the mental barriers that together we need to break down so that we can make our sport, hockey, a truly global sport. In speaking with you, I was also inspired to be bold and have courage in overcoming these barriers. And as such, I put forward two powerful proposals. One, my proposal to balance tournament frequency and invest in development by changing the time of our World Championship in certain divisions. In the years when it's not tournament played, participant MNAs will receive a development funds from the IHF. They will receive $40,000 for each tournament they participated in previous years. This model was unexpectedly tested on the result of the COVID-19, and the feedback was mainly positive. This proposal is not about saving money. It's not about taking away players' opportunities. It's about freeing up resources, time, energy, and money for long-term development. Another knock-on effect would be the opportunity for the IHF to increase the prize money for the men's division and introduce prize money for the women's division. In this way, we can continue with a system of solidarity where all M&As at all levels can benefit. 2, my proposal to increase the global exposure of ice hockey at the Olympic Games by looking at how we can expand our Olympic ice hockey program. This will increase our medal count and create opportunities for more nations to participate in the Olympic Games. Whatever the format or the discipline of any additional Olympic event, the key is that we must create new opportunities, as we have seen in other sports, both summer and winter do. If we want more Olympic opportunities, we need to maintain our active representation in the IOC. This means that the next IHF president must become a member of the IOC. I have the energy, the age, and the commitment to do so. These are not the 2 only things that will make a difference to our sport. And I have outlined and shared other priorities with you, either by phone, by email, or through my website. But I believe that if we can succeed in these 2 important areas, we will make a big step forward in making ice hockey truly global. Do you think this is realistic? Or do you think it's a dream? I think if we can dream it, we can do it. It is possible, because we have a strong starting point. The IHF is doing well. International ice hockey is doing well. But if we want to be truly global, we need to break down barriers. One of the barriers, perhaps the mental, is one of the hardest. We have to believe that we are capable of more, because we are. We have to believe that ice hockey is for everyone, because it is. And we have to believe that ice hockey can become the truly global game, because it deserves to be. For all of us to believe that, we need energy, courage, and strong leadership. This is what I can offer you as your president. But this is not about me, or nor it's about the great colleagues that you are hearing from today. There are some else that plays the most crucial role. There are some that else make the biggest difference to the future of ice hockey. Who is that? Well, it's them. It's the people you see here. The great people that work tireless for ice hockey. The dedicated, ambitious people who are committed to our sport. The people that show up often under difficult circumstances to support our organization. It's you. Each and every one of you in this room, or those joining at home. You are the future of ice hockey. And as your president, you will be the center of my attention. And so I invite you to join me to make the big step forward for our great sport. We will be one team. I have already prepared the jersey for our team, which I hope you have received either here or by post. And we will have the same number, because we are 81 M&As at the same team. Here's the jersey. It's an ambitious team. It's a winning team. It is the team that will make hockey a true global sport. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Merci, merci Henrik. Luc Tardif, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Mr. President, council colleague, delegate, mesdames et messieurs. 10 minutes to convince. I want to do it simply, just talking to you directly. A good president must have a clear vision, strong conviction, solid ethic values, leadership ability, but above all, he should listen and try to understand M&A needs at all levels. That's why I made, during the summer, a kind of virtual world tour. 90 hours of video conference, touching 95% of voting or not voting M&A. I call that my co-construction process. These Zoom calls fed and adapted my basic program, and you finally received the result on September 7. That's the booklet you've got in front of you, or the one you receive on the virtual way. I don't want to come back about my CV, my experience. I want to talk about you. It led me to define the 10 principles that I am committed. First, federation and association at the heart of my concern and main stakeholder, shareholder. Transparent model of governance that promote diversity and social mix. Number 3, a collective and democratic organization. Number 4, demonstrate the diplomacy required to ensure proper coordination in the various stakeholders in ice hockey, IOC, NHL, NHLPA, KHL, European League in front, partner, and others. The president of the council guarantee the necessary balance between the high level and the development. A forward look stands to prepare the IHF of tomorrow. Development of new technology and in research and development in all areas. Number 7, fight strongly against the threat of our sport. Doping, violence, racism, homophobia, corruption, match fixing. Number 8, keep the federation as a citizen federation concerned by the effort on environment and social issues. 9, bring our sport all over the world, our sport and widely promoting in ice hockey in the world. And finally, number 10, that's the more easy, stay as an apolitic organization. Timing oblige. I want to focus on the three of the priority that you've got in my booklet. First of all, giving back a meaning to the words family. No doubt, M&A are attached to their family, but I heard a certain nostalgia from older M&A. You want more proximity with the council and the president. You want more space and more time to meet each other. You want M&A and council in the same hotel as possible. That's the case here, but that's a request. You want back the workshop during congresses. You want to be considered, doesn't matter the level and your statute. You want to feel 100% part of the family. You want to be respected. I completely agree. And it's not a question of money. You'll be the heart of my concern. But the IHF family changed since 10 years. Now we've got more than 80 federations and new country knock at the door each year. Impossible to make happy everybody, even goodwill. We have to admit more and more difficult to take care of all properly. It will need another kind of management. You will certainly have to fix, we will certainly have to fix our priority. Second priority, keep the balance. Maybe you will say, if to keep the balance, that's the main point of your program, it's not really ambitious. I don't agree at all. It will be my most important task. We should face the challenge coming in ice hockey before a game, like a preparation of a game of a season. A team well balanced can have ambition. Everybody who plays hockey know that with good guy on the power play, star to fill the building, good defenseman, solid guy on the second line, hard worker on the third and the fourth line, and an incredible goalie. Drive by a wise coach and assistant coach, you can have ambitious, you can do miracle. So what balance? During electoral time, there is a strong tendency to oppose each other. How many votes for lower country? How many votes for strong, bigger country? To be clear for me, there is only one family. But for full transparency, we saw yesterday that 90% of our income are coming from the top event, World Championship, Olympic Games, and World Junior. More than ever, we have to protect our product, no doubt. I will not say more. It's always a touchy subject. But that's our star, our power play players. That's our good defensemen. So we will have to trust the president and the council, the new president and the new council, to make the good decision, to keep the level of this product. But no question of placing the development M&A in a situation of beggar. President and council, the head coach and the assistant coach will take the right decision, always in the general interest. But don't forget what I call the middle class. Fortunately, bigger and stronger, working seriously, ready pretty soon to reach the top. That's Division 1, Division 2, our solid second line. They need to be considered, but for their serious work. Also, please, don't forget the woman, don't forget the referee. And on the other side, and at the same time, we will be facing a dilemma. Do we really want to fully play our role of international federation, like other sport, like football and rugby, which opened the sport worldwide? Do we really want to bring our sport all over the world? Or are we just happy to give illusion to do it? We will have to quickly answer this question. We should consider this like an investment in the future and not a problem. Why NHL wants suddenly to come in the Olympic game? Because China, because the development country. That's the same thing for us. We should have the same target. That means also help more than we do and pay attention to the development country. That's third and fourth line. That's Division 3, that's Division 4. And the newcomer, making sure that they have a solid growth, and for some new arriving, just make sure they will survive. That's not only IHF is concerned, but the whole IHF family. When it was right yesterday, the new marketing contract coming in 2024 will be a delicate moment. Keep the balance and ensure our security will be the key words. The new income should be shared fairly and intelligently. Other high-level priority, development policy. The development for me, that's the day-by-day business. Clubs, 8 o'clock in the morning with 15 kids, try to reach 20 at the end of the month, 25 the month after. Give skill to our young player, teach them, give them the tools to reach the high level. The World Championship, different division and category, that's something else. But please do not oppose one to the other. We can do both. For the moment, there's no help for development. We help to travel, we help to organize, but nothing on this essential work, except this year with the COVID. You touched 25,000 for all the tournament cancel. I'm sure it was appreciated.
Merci, Luc. You could at least just finish by 1 or 2 words, but you're following the rule very strictly. That's good. Thank you very much, Luc. So, maybe I come maybe here. So I think next time what we should do is maybe by 9 minutes that we put a little singing motion. So then they know they keep 1 minute just to finish like this. We were actually discussing about this clock. If we just make this noise just after the 10 minutes, or we just let it go and then after, I don't know, 11 or 12, I jump in and say, cuckoo, this is a little bit more, you have to finish. But actually the council at the end decided just to cut like this. But I think it shouldn't harm anybody else. I think the more important is actually the content actually the candidates presented to you. So there are many good ideas, changes, discussions. I would like you now to take the floor. And there is no limit on the time, just stand up, talk, speak, ask questions. Come on, guys. I know that Digger wants to ask one question. I mean, he's our protector of the statutes and bylaws together with Ashley. So, Digger, you have a question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you all the presidential candidates for excellent presentations. Hopefully this will work. What I would like to ask is that with all the work that we did with governance reform, and thank you, Congress, for all that you've done in listening, and we're about entering this period with the governance reform. With that said, what I'd like to ask, and if you could answer in one word, yes or no, will you uphold and honor the new statutes and bylaws that provide a different mandate as president than has been the case, accepting term limits, separation of powers, and a stronger conflict of interest and code of conduct policy? May I ask each one of you that question? And Franz, may I have your answer first?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Sergey?
Yes.
Henrik?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
Thank you for listening to Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, interesting questions. As you know, we will have a change a little bit, especially regarding the position of president. The council will be more a strategical tool to how to run the federation. The president will be more as a representative, as also as the chairman of the council, and actually the operational duties will be done then in the office. And we are actually, the new council will actually look for a new general secretary in Zurich. And that will be actually a very important position, as the CEO of the federation or the general secretary will have to run. But it's important that the 5 candidates actually are saying that they want to keep and they want to do actually this strategy. So, and yeah, I think it was an important point, because it's no need to change the statutes and then just to come back maybe to a different way. But at the end, it's you, the Congress, who will decide how things are going in the federation and what the goals are. I think listening to the 5 candidates, they are very interesting proposals, but the way it works, and it will work in the International Ice Hockey Federation, we have the specialists, the committees, they are making the proposals to the council will discuss it, come maybe to the Congress, because we need some approval concerning the budget, concerning maybe also some bylaws or statutes. And then the decision will be made, and this will be then going back to the office, who has to implement that.
So be the operational part. So it will be never ever just one man making a decision to do this, this, and this, and this. Personally, even I had a lot of power, looks like, but this is a wrong approach because I didn't have so much power. Because I had always to go through a system, the bylaws, the regulations, the rules. And I tell you, I mean, we had a very good discussion in the council. So the new elected president, do not imagine that you will be like, they call me Napoleon, maybe because I have the size of Napoleon, but, and speaking French, but no. These guys, they were controlling me. You know, when Sergey was saying that I was for something to him, yes, we had sometimes good discussion, you know, and it must be like this, the dialogue, the dispute, just to go forward. But honestly, it will be not an easy decision for you. So we have still 24 hours to go. Still, we call it in French, la nuit des longs couteaux. So for the people in the gala evening, do not hesitate to approach the people, discuss with them. And John, we can make a break now. How long can we make the break? 15 minutes? 15, 1-5, I think that should be okay. Take a coffee, smoke a cigarette, and then come back. Thank you very much for listening. Good night. Mais tu l'as vu, hein? Tu voyais. Tu pensais quand tu as pété Peter.
I tell you, smells so strong. Don't let it go now. We meet every day at the same cafe. All 6:30. Oh no, 'cause I know she will be there. Holding hands Dogs plays our favorite song. It's me, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. We both know that it is wrong, but I tell you, it smells so strong. Don't let it go now. We gotta be extra careful. 'Cause you know we can't afford to build our hopes up too high to the sky. The sugar away, I will go my way. Tomorrow we'll meet the same place, the same cafe, the same time. It's me, Mrs. I said Mrs. Jones, yeah. Got a very special thing going on now. Gotta meet with you, gonna talk with you. Same place, same cafe, same time. The whole house like we used to. Gonna talk it over, talk it over, talk it over. Just you and me, Mrs. Jones. Won't that make us feel guilty about this, Mrs. Jones?
On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There were sound and hills and rains. The first thing I met was flower buds and the sky with no clouds. The heat was hot, the ground was dry, and the air was full of sound.
I've been through the desert on a hearse with no name. It felt good to be out on the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name. 'Cause rain, no one for to give you no pain.
After 2 days in the desert, some miles came begging this and that. After 3 days in the desert, from I was looking at the riverbed. And the story told, I read that from make me sad to think it was dead.
You see, I've been through the desert on a hearse with no name. It felt good to be out on the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name. 'Cause rain, no one for to give you no pain.
After 9 days, I left the Chris round free, 'cause that's nothing to see. There were clouds and birds and rocks and things. There's shallow hills and rains. The ocean is desert with its soft new ground, and the birthday skies above. Under the cities lies a hot little ground, but the humans will give no love, no love, no love.
In the desert, you can't remember your name. 'Cause rain, no one for to give you no pain.
but some eyes can begin to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at the riverbed, and the story is told. I read that from make me sad to think it was dead. After nights, the birds found free, cause there's nothing to see. And they were plants and birds and rocks and things, there's a sound of hills and rings. The ocean is a desert with a top no ground, and the perfect skies above. Under the sea, it slides hot to the ground, but the use will give no loss for free.
You know that I won't be untrue. You know that I won't be a liar. If I was to say to you, boy, oh, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Try to set the night on fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose, and our love becomes a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. On fire. You know that I won't be untrue. You know that I will be a liar. If I was to say to you, boy, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose, and our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to get this night on fire. Try to get this night on fire. Fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire.
faça enlouquecer. Só pra te namorar. Só por um beijo. Por um sim, por um não. Porque é moça. Felicidade. Moça. É joia de viver. Você, só você. O meu desejo que a gente chama amor. Que espero de viver. Me faça enlouquecer. Só pra te namorar. Só por um beijo. Por um sim, por um não. Eu sei. Porque é moça. Felicidade. Moça. É joia de viver. Você, só você. O meu desejo que a gente chama amor. Eu espero de viver.
You can dance, you can dance, having the time of your life. See that glow, watch that sea, digging the dancing queen. Friday night and the lights are low, looking out for the place to go, where they play the right music, getting
Gaan we citroen, gaan we met luid, gaan we met lokka, maar het kan. Martin, Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. 10 minutes, yeah. You know, it's always interesting when I am asking for questions, nothing is going on, but as soon as you go to the coffee break, then it starts. So this is very, very good. Actually, it's the way everywhere in the world. But I have to come back to the questions to the presidential candidates. I don't know where Sergey is. So Sergey should be here. If somebody preparing another show? No? Sergey? Can somebody look for Sergey? Because Tom Rainey from Hockey Canada wanted to ask a question to the presidential candidates, and unfortunately, technically, he could not come in. So maybe we try to go and reach and speak to Tom if he's in. And somebody tries to call Sergey, Irinasha. Thank you, Yor. So Tom, can you hear me?
I hear you well, Renee. Thank you.
Okay, we just wait for Sergey.
Thank you.
Just to be fair, we give him like the clock. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, Tom, you have the floor. Go ahead for the question.
Thank you, Renee. I apologize. I was having audio issues when I was trying to get through. I have two questions that I hope would go relatively quickly for the candidates. Number one would be, what do you want from council members to support your vision, of which we've heard? So what do you want from council members to support your vision? And the second question would be, the Beijing Olympics can either be the beginning, an explosion of ice hockey in Asia, Oceania, especially China. How do we ensure a strong foothold of the game in this region and that hockey takes off in China as opposed to fizzle? Those are my two questions.
Yes, it's not easy. It's not easy really to hear you, but I would like to start with the first question, and then we go step by step to the different question. So the first question, please repeat the first question.
No problem. What do you want from council members to support your vision?
What do you want from council members to support your vision? I would think we're going to start in the back now, just to be fair. So Luc, I would like to give you the floor, and then we go up and finish with Frank, just to be fair.
To answer this question, I think you noticed that during the campaign, all the candidates, that was not for all the candidates, that was not the war. So we worked close together the last 4 years, and and we made some good decision. I mean, all the candidates, I should include the rest of the council. And we're going to be ready to work right after the election. Doesn't matter who's going to be the president. I'm sure we can be optimistic about the future. For sure. I'm not going to say like René yesterday, you have to smell the dressing room, but that's important to get involved in somewhere in the organization of hockey or as a hockey player. But the thing is, the candidate of the council, as you see the list, most part of them already get involved in ice hockey, but it will be important to keep somewhere the base of our council. That we worked together 4 years, because I think René said it. That was not easy to handle, René, huh? Because you got strong character, and I think that's. I don't know if I answer correctly, but we need a really strong guy, because there is big challenge coming, and knowledge of the organization of ice hockey will be really important. Thank you.
Merci, Luc. Then we go continue with Henrik. Henrik?
Thank you, René. If I could hear the question correct, is that what I would like to see from the council members, correct? I would like to see that they are open-minded. I would like to see that they have the courage to break down the barriers that I mentioned in my speech, and that we have skills to do this together. We need a strong leadership, and this is not by 1 or 2 persons. This will be by 14 persons. But we also need to be open-minded and look for new opportunities, and for that, we need to break down barriers.
Yes, thank you. And then I think I have Sergey, yeah?
I hope that the council will represent different qualities and areas, that we have those that know the smell of the locker room the best, those that know the business marketing side, because it's a lot of challenges that we also need to turn into opportunities and work closely together and represent our membership. And in the proposed Vision 2033 process, it's not only council, but the extended membership and stakeholders that shall be involved under the leadership of a strong council. Thank you.
And then we have Peter.
Yeah, I would like to see that we work more like any business company. That means that we have more concrete tasks to solve, and we come back every council to control them. And we are not just only strategic body which have an ideas to touch it. It's pretty high on the tree. I think that we must start with the realistic steps, and if you want to grow a potential market, then we have to really start with the first development. And I am expecting, or would expect, that the council members would have direct interactivity with the IHF office managers in different areas, and inform council every month where we go. I think this was really well done in case of Infront contract. We worked together, and we really came back with the concrete results after months, and that's why we were successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Franz.
Yeah, thank you, René. And it's a good question, Tom. And it may take long, but I like to be short and clear. I would really see it as hockey first. That's our thinking. It must be our thinking. And the second is think global. Think global, not from a perspective mandated. It's the mandate for the full council, for hockey, for the world. We have to think global. And if you are there at the council, and if you are elected, you have to be responsible and liable. You have to be a leader.
and not thinking just for maybe one country or two. We are a global organization and our thinking must be open-minded. And this is what I expect from all council members.
Okay, Tom, I think that was the answer of the 5 candidates. Please, can you then give us the second question?
Thank you, Renee, and thank you for the candidates, and thank everyone for your patience. My second question is with respect to Asia, Oceanic, and especially on the heels of the Beijing Olympics. This could be the beginning of an explosion of hockey in this region, or it may not be. It could be, it could fizzle. And I would like to know what the candidates identify with in making sure that the game takes off after the Beijing Olympic Games.
Okay, just to understand your question, what will be actually the plans in Asia after the Beijing Olympic Games regarding actually development in this part of the world? Is that correct? Okay,
Thank you,
I
Renee.
think,
That helps.
Luc, I start with you again, and then maybe on the next question we will then start with the others. Luc.
Yeah, that's good, Tom, that you included Asia, but Oceanic, and now Asia. That's a huge country. So that means it will be really important to. I talk about investment. It will be really important after the Olympic game. You know, sometimes we had about 10 years of development of ice hockey with the Olympic game in Pyeongchang and the Olympic game now in Beijing. So that means it will be important right after that to surf on this wave and make maybe more investment to keep the momentum. So after the 10 years there, because for me, when I talk about bring the ice hockey all over the world, there is a lot of perspective and there is outstanding goal to reach in this area. And for us, for me, I think it should be an investment, not a problem. And it will be the time right after Beijing to do more, but include Oceanic, include the whole part of Asian group. Thank you.
Merci, Luc. And next, I think it's Henrik.
Thank you. Actually, I have in my program what I want for the Asian, but I would like to start another place. In 2016, when Renee was selected in Moscow, Renee said that the focus should be on Asia. And now I'm just honest to you. I don't think the development went so well or so fast. Maybe I'm not so patient, but I would like to see more speed on this. And with 2 Olympics in the region, we can do better. So one of my proposals is that we need to be there present. We cannot just make a seminar. We have to have a physical office in Asia so that we can develop every day, every week, and every month, every year. I think now it's time to see some results, and that could be with a physical office in Asia.
Thank you, Henrik. I think we missed 2 years in Asia, just to defend a little bit myself. And we had an office actually in Asia with Harvey Springfield before. So I think, but for sure, this is a good point. We should go back to that. Then we have the next one, Monsieur Goncharov.
As I just said in my presentation, I think Asia might be the key factor for our future prosperity. And without coming with our top event to the Asian continent, we will never become truly strong there. And I'm not saying when this will happen, this we can only figure out together. But if we set such a long-term plan, the federations will be able to prepare with it. In my manifesto, I write, for example, that I think Tom specifically asked about China and the legacy after Beijing. Imagine if China, possibly with other countries, together would be organizing the World Championship in 2033 for the 125th anniversary. This gives them another 11 years to prepare a whole generation of players, because right now it was challenging to find players that are already developed and have them play for the Chinese team. And if we have a much longer vision, this will create also great campaigns like Join Team China and become the first to represent your homeland at the World Championship in your country. This is how we can develop, and of course, as my colleague said, regional offices to send consultants, experts from our side, because in the office we cannot employ too many people, but it's also not necessary. We don't need to have them all in Switzerland. We can have experts traveling to different parts in Asia and then using new technologies like an artificial intelligence camera, which will be installed in key development centers, and our experts could monitor the progress also going forward. But I do not like to tell you more about from the manifesto. It's all written there. So thank you, and I will give the floor to the next person.
Thank you, Sergey. And then the next one is Peter.
If you know, in past, Chinese Ice Hockey Federation had many memorandums with, let's say, top European countries. The plan was over 1,000 ice rinks. They should have been built during the last couple of years. Unfortunately, I think we have to learn to understand Asia more. There is a huge potential, but if I am taking to my committee, there was outside of our committee actually, and also in the council, we didn't get so much figures and facts about Asia and about development in Asia. So for me, the crucial are ice rinks. And of course, we must have a sports development office in Asia on the place, because those people, they understand the specifics of the region, and then we can move on. And we have to go yearly plans, and we have to execute them, and we have to just evaluate them after every season. That's it. It's simple. It's we cannot start and hope that in 2 years there's going to be a great potential revenues and great players. It takes years, we know that. But for me, the first step is a sports development office in Asia and yearly plans.
Yeah, a good idea. So I go to the last one, Franz.
Yeah, thank you, René. There are very good thoughts. Listen to my colleagues, very good thoughts. Thanks a lot. Even there, it's not just Asia. We have more regions we have to develop, but especially in Asia, I strongly believe we need a structure and we need a long-term vision how to reach the goals. And it's not easy, and there are so many details, and we cannot discuss it here, but we need a structure and a plan, that for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. And before I give the floor to you, Tom, for the third question, Franz, just I will go back then the other way, just to be fair. So you will be the first to answer the questions to Tom, the next one, okay? Tom, you have the floor.
Renee, I only had 2 questions, so I want to thank you and the candidates and the entire Congress for your patience as I interrupted after the fact. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sorry about that. So maybe, look, you were a little bit disadvantaged with the second one. But anyway, we tried to do the best. Now, I think I take the opportunity to go back to you on the floor. I mean, you have now actually a model, I would say, what Tom just asked to the candidates. Yeah, if there are some specific questions, maybe during the coffee break where you did not really get a real answer or a good answer on that, just use it now. Nope. Yes, please, yeah, go ahead. You have the microphone, you have to stand up and go to the microphone. And we need translation, so put your headset.
Уважаемый президент, уважаемые члены Совета,
So how can we help Azerbaijan?
If we come to specific countries, it will be difficult, and we have to sit down and see the opportunities and the possibilities in your country, and then we can make a plan. It's not so easy to just to say we give you money or we give you help. No, we can sit together and check what's there and where we have to go. And I'm really open-minded, and this is also a question for all the other countries. And I have still the global view, but to help Azerbaijan, I personally am ready, but we have to sit down and make a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
You know, we can have a lot of those questions, and we discussed with many of you. And I think that there's a long way from Zurich to understand you and your specifics in your countries. And I proposed the regional managers, the IHF regional managers. They will really have a deep knowledge about the actual situation in every region, and they will coordinate, help. They will prepare the plans how to go season by season. So that's one tool which is pretty easy, and we proposed it for Europe. We proposed that for like a tailor-made for the long distance countries such as like New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, how to help them. But this cooperation can help. Just compare yourself with neighbor countries. But again, we have to come back to the ice rinks and start to initiate the building of the ice rinks, negotiating with the governments, especially in some of the regions. The government and local authorities are ready to finance that kind of growth. So for me, this is the way.
Merci, Peter. Sergey?
Yes, I agree. I can tell you in council, we had discussions, strategic discussions, where we were told that we are, first of all, an event organization. We are organizing events. And we were making the case that we should also be a development organization and help our members become stronger. So it's a philosophy that needs to strengthen in regard to more development initiatives. And I do not want to take up your time because my colleagues said it already correctly. Infrastructure, being visible, coming the leadership of IHF to such countries, because when you meet with their local leaders, usually something good comes out of it.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Yeah, it can be a long day if we should go to all 84 countries if they ask for individuals. But now that you ask, it's fair. In my program, I had something with regional. I have regional programs so that we don't look globally, but we look regional with your neighbors around you. That we could strengthen up this to play with neighbors. I think that's the best answer I can give you right now, because as you heard in my speech, I want to see this as a team with 81 and not just pick one individual. But I think I pick one individual by using the regional development.
Merci, Henrik.
Yeah, that's a good question. And you know, that's not possible to help to build an ice rink. If we do for someone, we cannot do for all the, so forget it. But what we can do, and I think in the new constitution of the council, we're going to have two high-level person, senior vice president and president, And I think for this kind of construction for a new rink, there is a important moment sometimes that's IHF, I personality of IHF, be by your side when there is an important moment politically to push. That's a meeting with the Olympic Committee. That's a meeting to a mayor. And outside of that, I think we can build a kind of, that's not possible to financially help for the construction, but why not bring a team of expert like an architect, because sometimes when you push a project, you have to invest for an architect, and that's not possible when you, with the finance you've got. So I think we can organize really, and it will be important to politically be by your side. And we're talking about facility, but it can be also for some other reason to be by your side when there is an important meeting with our Olympic Committee or mayor and something like that. And I think that's one of the tasks we will be more ready to do with two high-level people from IHF.
Thank you, Luc. I think I'm just thinking about Mr. Ilic, maybe for the older generation, you know him from Serbia. He said here, I mean, in the room together, he said, give me a fish one day and I will eat one day. Teach me how to fish and I will eat every day. I mean, it's this. It starts always with you. You know, you cannot expect from a federation, as you said, Luc, I mean, we cannot, a nice ring. Actually, in the facilities committee, we have a very, very good program, and for doing a nice ring, the people are ready to hear. Ice ring is for sure very important, but it depends on you. You have to start, and then we can come and teach you. Okay, that was a very good question. Other questions? From Azerbaijan. I cannot see.
I think it's Lebanon, and if I'm not completely wrong.
Le Liban.
Yes.
Ah ben dis donc, le Liban, bonjour.
Yeah.
Vous avez la parole, mon cher.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm not a big speaker. I speak French, English, and Arabic, so excuse me if I mix the language. We are sitting at the end. It's like remind me at school, the teacher, because I was too nosy in the front, he put me in the back, which is okay. The question is, I know Azerbaijan asked question, it's more better put it in a different way. It's if your government doesn't help you and there is no money for the government to help you to build the ring, I'm not asking for you to give us money to build the ring, but I'm asking to loosen the what you call the eligibilities and all these rules. Which one comes first, the eggs or the chicken? So we have to make noise. We have to participate into some activities or some tournaments. If you can look into doing something, and the question is only for the candidate as the president, also for the president, vice president for Asia, and all the members. Please, we need your help. We are small. We are working. We are promoting. I'm sorry. As I said, comes in Arabic, French, and English. We're putting the effort to show we are young. We get into this at 2019. COVID didn't help us, and now we are 2021. But at least we are making improvement. We are showing that we want to promote hockey in Lebanon, but we don't have the means. We are putting, there is zero money from our government. So my question, I know I'm talking probably the same as other small countries from the Middle East, from Asia, from Europe. We are all in the same situation. It's not mainly money. It's more to give us opportunities to make noise. Then we have investment, and we have investors, or we have government to be aware and then help us to promote it in our country. I don't know if it was clear or I said too many things at the same time.
No, thank you very much. I think it was quite clear for us.
I don't want to be negative on anybody, but this is our situation.
No, we know your country actually is really under very, very difficult pressure and situation. I personally was twice in Lebanon. You had an ice rink there. I mean, it was built by a Canadian guy, and there was a small size. I saw that. I don't know if it's still in place. I mean, especially in countries like like Lebanon and in this part of the world. I mean, that the situation is really very, very difficult. And we understand your questions. But I mean, it's a general approach that a lot of the countries, you don't have actually the means to construct. I don't know if you have some ideas. I mean, I go on the presidential candidates. Franz, what would you do to help this?
First of thank you, René. First of all, Charles, it's good talking to you. And yeah, there are a lot of thoughts, but where is the chicken and what is the egg? But I think there are good activities in Asia. For example, the Challenge Cup of Asia is something we can use as a trial and give countries a gratitude. That's something. We also have Development Cup installed in the couple years ago in Füssen, when teams participating, and then they can see without looking too deep in eligibility. It's they can play, they can show what they're doing, they can participate with players, male and female. So this is the future, and then we should go step by step. And I like questions like this, and we have to care also for countries not having a vote yet. But if we want to grow globally, we have to take this question serious.
Merci, Franz. Next one. I think it's Peter, no?
I'm sorry, today the technology is against me because first I didn't see the TV. Now there's a terrible echo, so I don't hear most likely nothing. But if the question is how to help, I come back to what I proposed is to have a place for everybody in the family means to make a tailor-made programs for everybody. We have different groups, different divisions, different size and level of M&As, and then we have to go really step by step, and we try to offer that in our Skills for All programs, that you can be part of that, and you get provided. Actually, Tom Rini, he once said that IHF should be air traffic controller, and we should collect knowledge from all countries and filter that and prepare this as a useful information for you, and just give you good examples how you develop from the really beginning with one ice rink, with maybe a second ice rink, with recruitment and with the sustainability of the programs. But I think that we can have a lot of those questions, but nothing gives us a success, only sustainable work.
Merci, Peter. The next, Sergey.
How to help the associate members and the new members? Well, first of all, by showing you more respect, because sometimes it feels that we only mention you when we want to mention a big number of our membership, but we do not really, like the Development Cup, as mentioned. This took 1.5 or 2 years to convince that we should do something for those members. And we need to continue developing different meaningful competition formats. In my manifesto, I present a new pyramid, not the ladder that we have right now, the vertical, because when new members come, we just extend it and extend it without a true great plan. And I would like all those new members and associates to be on a level below the division, the last division that we will have, where we invest much more in their development, organize more regional competition meaningful for them. And once they reach the necessary level to come to the pyramid, to the third level, then development will start, and then we can help them much more. So for them, it will be like reaching the Olympics for others. We will create a long-term vision and strategy for them.
Next.
Thank you. I think I will answer a little the same answer as I did to Azerbaijan, that the answer here could be regional development, that we sit on targeting geographies development programs. I think here we need also to say that it could be small steps, but at least you are talking about noise. If there is no ice, we have this development cup, and we could expand that, and we could move it for other places, at least so that it's ice hockey. If it's not possible in at home country, we could have these development cups more often. Maybe it's not a big step. I think the big steps should be discussed in the council and have a little more strategic focus before you put up. But now that you ask, some specific tools could be the development cup. And then maybe just to make some noise, we could have some of our congresses in places where hockey is not so big, that could make some internal noise for you in your country.
Yes. I know the situation of Leban because they were in a kind of training camp. Their women team were in a training camp in France. And what the most important thing is, people have to understand there is some country, yes, they don't have a rink, but they do unbelievable work to make to live their sport. Like Ireland going in Slovakia with the young kids for a training camp. So that means we should respect that. Lebanon without a rink, coming somewhere to have a training camp. So yes, we cannot do everything, but at least we should maybe try to do our best to help. There is maybe something that we can do. We do that in France with the Ice Sport Federation and us. So that means we have a kind of temporary ice who can travel somewhere just to give the taste, just to start the process. That's a lot of problem to solve, but that's possible. That's what we're doing during Christmas time sometimes, and usually the city got the taste of a new rink, and sometimes it can happen. That's maybe something that we can think about, but we should really respect those people who are trying to still keep the ice hockey alive. That's a lot of job, and we should respect that and did what is possible to help them.
Yeah, actually speaking about respect, I think our slogan, if you can see on the letterhead, is respect and fair play. And I'm a little bit, how do you say, touched by what you said, we show more respect, Sergey. We show respect. I think these people are sitting in this room and they're coming actually on the charges of the IHF. And I tell you, I mean, you are maybe only the only federation who is doing this. I mean, that bringing you here together and actually putting all the money in all the different world championships. We spend nearly 20 million to run the different championships. And if you are the new association on coming in, it starts with you. I mean, you have to come. You have, as I said in the beginning, you know, we can give you a fish, maybe 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and what? No, we have to teach you, but you have to tell us, as we said also by different people here, come, we have to do a plan and then we will help you. So I do not like that we have more respect. For sure, we can maybe more listen to you, but I don't like when somebody tells me we didn't show respect to the small countries. I just wanted to say so. Okay, other questions? Yeah, Azerbaijan again, давай. Microphone. Put the headset.
Чтобы было понимание, у меня
Azerbaijan, I mean, is considered as a rich country. So I think, and you're part of the former Soviet Union. And I remember you when you came as a member in our federation, and many congresses you were not present. You know, so what can we do? And you have a lot of money. So this is a, if I can be really direct, and this is my style, you know, it starts with you guys, you know, and I think Azerbaijan, you're in a very good situation where we can find the money and the situation and the sponsor to make an ice rink. And then we can come and develop you guys. But if I go back to Lebanon, if I go back to Syria, I mean, these countries today, to Morocco, I think with my Moroccan friend, we had a lot of discussion with Nawal. She is actually an IOC executive board member, and we work with her to try to help, to explain. It's so difficult. I understand some countries it's a little bit more easy, the other countries is a little bit more difficult. So once again, it starts to you. Personally, I tried to do so much to get it, but I agree with all the comments here. And we have to do something, but don't tell me that we do not respect you. Jesus, that I don't like, because as I said, we give all the federation, our members, the opportunity to travel. We pay the travel to come here in this General Congress, that they come here and discuss. And today I understand that some of the people, because of the COVID and the situation about the quarantine, they cannot travel here. And I miss them because they can discuss. Okay? We have the respect and we have the fair play. That's why also I would like to do that also in the election for tomorrow. It's good that we have this discussion here. It's really good. Monsieur du Liban, s'il vous plaît.
I hope you didn't take my word when I said we are sitting in the back as is not the respect. I said it as a joke. And I hope didn't affect anybody, René. Do you understand me? When I said we are sitting in the back, I took it as a joke and not as a non-respect for what we are doing. Honestly, I didn't meant it this way. So I'm sorry if it came out this way.
No, that's okay. No, that was not the meaning.
Okay.
You know, but in your country, what is the first priority? You have no schools anymore, no hospitals. It doesn't work. And if you go to the government and say, please make me an ice rink. It's not really the moment to ask that. So there are some priorities by some governments to do things that are more important, you know. And the IHF will help you. I would love to have the money of FIFA, you know, when you get 4 billion for World Championship, and then we can easily pay you to everybody to build an ice rink for 2-3 million. So, but it's not the case. But I like this discussion. We continue. Questions? Microphone?
Mr. President, council members, and everybody, I just wanted to make a short statement. It's not going to be a question, and it's regarding this development of the small countries. I think we are the great example, and this is the message to all the small countries, undeveloped countries. We are the great example of how you can develop hockey program. We are in the Europe, which helps, but we are in the troubled region, as you all know. And what we did for the last 10 years could be example for all small countries. Today, if you watch at the championship list, you will see that Bosnia has 4 national teams. We're only missing girls under 18, but it's coming in probably next 2 or 3 years. We have a base of about 300 hockey players, including women and men. We have 2 ice rinks. One of the ice rinks was made by us, by our organization. It's under the tent, but it's a practice rink and it helps. We have it for the year round. We also have a help from our neighbors, even though we are in the troubled region. Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, they all help us develop our hockey program with the friendship games, league games, and stuff like that. So I wanted to send a message to small countries. You need the base. You cannot, the hockey is a complex sport. It's not like you take a ball and you come out on the field and you shoot it and you make a club. You have to, as a leaders, you cannot only be here, have dinners and enjoy all this. You have to lace the shoes on the skate, the laces on the skates of the little kids. You have to start bringing them to the ice. And it's not, but unless you do it yourself, nobody will help you. Once you start doing it, the people will start coming to help you. We have a lot of help from our Finnish friends, Sweden, and all others. They give us good advices. They're gonna help us in the future. We have programs that they're gonna help us with, but it started from you have to come in the room. You have to tie their laces on the skates, take them on the ice, growing. What also help us grow our program is the games, the club games of the well-known regional and European clubs teams. Several years ago, we brought the Austrian League, Austrian-Slovenian League, called EBEL at that time. They had a regular EBEL league game in Zetra in Sarajevo. It helped us grow the program. We did the good marketing. The people came, watched the game. Next day, we got a lot of kids showing interest to play hockey. So I just want to say, it's a lot of work. It's not just you come here and you ask for help. To get help, you have to do the first step, even the second step, maybe even the third step. So I'm not saying this to criticize anybody. I'm just saying this from our experience. I really know how to develop hockey in undeveloped nations. My team, myself, we did so much for ice hockey in Bosnia. And as I said, look at the championship sheet. You will see that we are present there. Nobody helped us. I mean, it was all our work. Then the IHF came up and they helped us in this way and that way. And we really appreciate that. So I just wanted to say that for everybody, just to make sure we all understand, it's hard to develop hockey, very hard. It's a complex sport, but it must start from us, from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I was a couple of times in Sarajevo, and maybe you know that you got actually the boards from the Olympic Games in Torino. Maybe you remember that actually they didn't use them, and we send them to you for free. So it's because that actually was the opportunity also with the help of the Italian, that we say, okay, the board, you needed a board, and we brought the board to you. So and for sure, the Olympic arena was totally destroyed at that time, more or less. So and it's too big to function. So, but you are doing, actually in January in the Balkan, after the war, it was so difficult, Serbia and all the other parts of the Balkan. So you're absolutely right. You know, it starts with you, and then we are coming in. Okay, other questions? The time, John is just putting me on the time. Yes, Peter, go ahead, and then we finish.
Adnan, thank you very much for this speech. And we can start a day with the great presentations, great visions, but this is a back to reality. We did an assessment in 2017, 1/3 of our members has a budget 100,000 euros per year and no more than 2 employees. So we can have a great visions, but first we have to somehow start, and this is a reality of the daily life. And look at our members like Switzerland, how many years did it take? How much money they had to spend? Right now, Hungary is financing its programs, and it will take years. Look at the countries, they were successful, or maybe they just lost the support of the governments, how they struggle. So we have to really stick together in just the daily work, because this is the only way how we can move forward.
Thank you, Peter. If there are no more questions, also from our other partners there, doesn't look like. So we're gonna follow the presentation. Sorry about that, Bob. We made you wait and to warm up. Follow the clock. You have how many minutes? You need more?
I'd love to have more than 5 minutes, but I know you're not going to give it to me. So that's fine. I'll start off. First of all, Renee, I have to thank you. Congratulations to your family. A heck of a run here. You've done us all proud. And Callie, damn, I'm going to miss you. No more fights. You've done a great job, and Digger. But we got two real important positions. We need a new president. We need a new general secretary. These really are going to count a lot of how we go forward. But it'd be an honor for me to be your senior vice president. I'm a proud Canadian. Tom Rennie, Scott Smith, Michael Brendamore, thanks for supporting me to run. Murray Costello, you're my mentor. You taught me how to listen. You taught me how to build my values, and I still do that today. I got to work with Murray for 8 years. I want to be your senior vice president and not the vice president of North America, because I want to represent you globally and represent you. I stand here as an IIHF person, not as a Canadian. I've worked full time for 4 decades in this great game of hockey. And I feel like I have the skills and the resume to support the new president of the IHF. And it's going to be difficult with Renee stepping down. We need a good president and senior vice president. Time to change is right now. We need a strategic plan. I was just listening to all of you about what we have to do. I didn't go out and talk to every federation beforehand, but I want to really say to you guys, you did a hell of a job getting information. This is what's going to be the start of our strategic plan as we go forward. Talking about these meetings, development. Let's get talking about hockey in these meetings. Development of female and male. And it's not a shotgun approach when you do development. You have to know, each of you as a federation, what you need. We have to show you how, as M&As, to be more organized. Building teams, having excellence, sharing best practices. We got a lot of great documents here, paper documents. You know what, paper, you got to deliver it. And I think my resume speaks for itself of what I've done. 1975, I started a program called the NHL, Novice Hockey League for kids under 10. First year I had 35 kids. The next year I had 350. You have to know how to promote it. On the other side, the program of excellence that we started in the 1990. Partnership with the NHL, partnership with the Canadian Hockey League, and it turns into the World Juniors. My first job Murray gave me, running the Women's Worlds in 1990. I have that, but I have a lot of relationships. Everyone thinks we just won medals in Canada. We went from 62 to 94 without winning a gold medal. We went 50 years without winning a gold medal in the Olympic Games. How do you get that back? You get people. I can contact Wayne Gretzky, helped us after what happened in 98, brought Wayne on with Hockey Canada. Steve Yzerman. Now I have the best player in the world in Connor McDavid. I can bring that to this table. And I feel that it's really important that we use players to make us better. You know, Hockey Canada, when I started, we had 18 staff. When I left, we had 120. Our budget was $4 million. Now it's 20 times more than that. It's not easy, but I have the track record to help you. And I will listen to all of you in what you need. developing countries, you got a challenge. You just listen to it here. And I love the information that we got from everybody, but we got to get our work boots on to help you. And I can tell you, I'll give you everything possible that I can give to make sure that your federation develops young boys and girls, develops coaches, and it would be an absolute honor to be your senior vice president. I really want this position. I hope I get your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Then next, we have the regional vice president from the Americas. We have Dave Ogren, and we have a video. Is that correct, Martin?
I'm Dave Ogren from the United States. I'm a candidate for Vice President of the Americas and for the IIHF Council. I'm not with you today because in 1 week our son's getting married, and I didn't want to take any risks that could possibly prevent me from being part of that special day and celebration for our family. We are about to begin a new era for the IIHF, and we have very important decisions to make tomorrow. I first began coming to IIHF meetings in 1995. That was my first Congress. I was put on the marketing committee shortly thereafter, and over the years have been involved in many, many meetings with the IIHF, and my most recent assignment was on the Governance Reform Task Force. During that time as well, I've developed an excellent relationship with the leadership of the NHL and the NHL Players Association, and I've attended many meetings with IIHF leadership on matters pertaining to the Olympic Games, participation in the World Cup of Hockey, and the World Championships. For 8 years, I was a member of the Board of Directors of the United States Olympic Committee, and in that capacity, had many interactions with the IOC. For 18 years, I was the executive director of USA Hockey. And I've also been involved in many boards over that period of time, including the US Olympic and Paralympic Museum and the Broadmoor World Arena. We are very fortunate going forward to have the foundation of a 10-year in-front contract. But we need to continue our search for additional new revenue sources. Our appetite to spend is always going to exceed our ability to finance. We also need to continue our focus on development. And I'm very proud of the fact during my time at USA Hockey, we shared our expertise and our resources and our people with several countries, including Ireland, Italy, Korea, Mexico, and Romania. And I think going forward, it's important for the larger, better developed MNAs to continue to work with and help out some of the newer, younger, smaller MNAs and help a rising tide lift all boats. Going forward, competence, teamwork, the right people in the right places, that's the formula that will assure our success. Tomorrow, we have an election. I am very optimistic about the future of this federation. We have a solid foundation, a bright tomorrow. I wish all of the candidates the very best. I wish all of you the very best. My name is Dave Ogren. I'm a candidate for Vice President of the Americas and the IIHF Council. I ask for your support and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. We can follow with the regional vice president, Asia and Oceania. Actually, here we have two candidates. We start, did we make a draw or not yet? It's done already. It's done already. So, Ivas, you have the floor. Yeah, here. Let's go see.
Dear friends, dear IHF members, дорогие друзья и коллеги, 亲爱的朋友们，亲爱的同学们, queridos amigos, queridos colegas, it's an honor for me to stand here in front of you today and provide the reasons why I am the best candidate for the position of the new IHF Vice President for Asia and Oceania. After many discussions and meetings, it's very clear that the IHF needs a strong representative who stands for your interests at the council level, with not only a passion for our sport, but also having the ability to listen to the concerns of the IHF members. It appears that I need to speak out loud what other things, and everyone knows that. It seems that the mandate developed by the Asian Committee for the 2016 and 2020 IHF term, a list of 12 points, was not fulfilled by the Asian Committee. In fact, a few of the Asian Committee members are no longer operational or directly involved within their own M&As. And yes, all of this is reality. And trust me, the list of shortcomings or chances that have been missed over the past number of years is extremely high. Reality is also that the last Asian strategic planning group meeting in any form was held more than 1 year ago. Does all of this make sense? Now you can see the facts and figures. From 2009 to 2015, with the establishment of the Asian office, many excellent programs were initiated and operated. But then in late 2015, they stopped and were not encouraged nor continued. What you see now on the screen are just some examples. The national association audits were stopped. Structural, regional, and domestic IHF coaching and officiating education didn't take place as it should be. The biggest strategical mistake was that IHF Asian office was relocated in Zurich in 2015. This happened after China was awarded to host 2022 Beijing Olympic Winter Games. However, at the same time, many other sports established or expanded their representation in Asia and especially in China. Development starts at home. IHF domestic development projects were not encouraged nor operated for all members. A long-term development project initiated and operating from 2009 to 2015 was stopped without replacement. The cooperation with the Harbin Sport University project in China, initiated by the IHF with coaching and administration programs, was not continued. And if you believe that all of this was good, then I'm not your candidate. However, if you believe that we need a change, then I'm your candidate and the person who can provide the full service package to my Asian and Oceania friends, and once again to make with them together the things right. My program and action will speak louder than words. All of you have seen my program, and you will saw what I will do in my first 100 days. It will be meaningful and sustainable programs we need to have, and therefore much more than to compare to what happened in the last term. We bring back the Asian office, and I suggest China. It appears that the preparation for their national team doesn't work out very well. We'll make the Asian office a development hub for everyone, with, in the best case, full-time coaching and officiating development managers. In short, I will make everything different to what my competitor did in the past. And I would like to say that I want to be the IHF Vice President for every IHF member. For all IHF members who are not from Asia and Oceania, I have one message. Be ensured that I will not only reach out to you before the elections or when I need your vote. To my future IHF Council colleagues, I will suggest meaningful and state-of-the-art ideas, especially for youth hockey, to make ice hockey stronger globally. We need an IHF contingency committee to learn from the last years and to be better prepared for the future. And right now, I want to use the speech of my favorite and most visible spokesman, Martin Luther King. I have a dream that one day Asian ice hockey teams will rise up and play against top division teams. I have a dream that one day we will have Asian Ice Hockey League like NHL. I have a dream that one day ice hockey game will become the most popular sport in Asia and Oceania. I have a dream today. And please listen to your inner voice and vote for me. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, I was right on the second. So that's this political campaign. Thomas, I think you're ready. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dear President Rene Fansel, fellow council members, delegates present and online, thank you for this opportunity. And thank you to the Russian Ice Hockey Federation for hosting this Congress. I want to say a big thank you to all of you for your support to me and the IIHF over the past years. Please allow me to share with you how I see myself serving in the role of the Vice President of Asia and Oceania going forward. We need a strong IIHF in the future, and I want to highlight 3 areas. We need a strong council to lead, strong committees to drive changes and the activities, and a strong office headed by a strong general secretary. We need a strong financial position, which means that we need to continue to protect and build our products, and also to work with our M&As and help them build the sport worldwide. Now here inside the IIHF, we know our sport, but there are many parts of the world that are not familiar with our sport yet. We need to make ice hockey known, and I will continue to help new members join and prosper in the IIHF. Now let me put the record straight. The Asian group has grown. 9 countries have joined the World Championship in the 9 years, and more to come. The World Championship is the right platform, and M&As reach minimum participation standards in order to join. And guess what? After reaching the world stage, the M&A only continues to grow the sport. Now, I think that answers the chicken and egg question that some of you asked before. Together with the Asian Committee, the Challenge Cup of Asia has been modified. I think it's a useful model for other developing M&As as well. I will continue to seek new platforms such as the Southeast Asian Games played in 2017 and 2019, where ice hockey reached over 600 million population of the ASEAN countries. I will continue to act as a bridge to different M&As and also between the IIHF and M&As. Many M&As have come to me and want to share experiences with the Asian M&As. We can and will do that so that we can connect them and learn and grow together. I want to tell you something about myself. I'm based in Hong Kong. I lived in America and Japan. I've been building ice hockey in Hong Kong for more than 20 years. And some of the students from my academy have played in the World Championship against your teams. I've made ice hockey much more localized in Hong Kong and have shared my experiences with some of you. My hockey club celebrates 20 years this year and had invitational tournaments since 2003 and invited teams from other countries up until 2018. And this year, my own ice rink opened in Hong Kong. I want to welcome you to visit once the borders open up again, hopefully soon. And in case you don't know, I play defense on my team. After 20 years leading the family business, I've stepped down in 2019. I'm also financially independent. This frees up more time and energy for ice hockey. And I bring many connections across the region, and that helps me in my ice hockey work. Together, we can build a strong ice hockey federation and make our sport stronger also. I've worked with all the presidential candidates, and everyone wants to grow Asian ice hockey. That's exciting. I'm ready to continue doing that, whoever becomes the president. And since all eyes are on China, I want you to know that I've been a member of the highest consultative body in China since 2018 in the sports committee, after working with the Chinese Ice Hockey Association since 2008. So, dear friends, I hope I'll have the honor of your vote and continued support as we welcome a new era in hockey together. Thank you. And I take this opportunity to thank Renee for your guidance and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. It was fun time. Thank you, Tom, for all the help in China. So we have now no regional vice president Europe and Africa, as the candidates for this position are all the presidential candidates, say Franz Reindl, Peter Briza, Henrik Bach-Nielsen, and Sergey and Luc, no? I mean, yeah, I mean, they are all, no?
Yeah, all.
They are all. Okay, so then we will see. Now we go to the council members, and ladies first. And they asked to make your presentation together. I think Susanna and Marta, I think also the great cooperation, great help. I think it's a good sign that you want to be together to make the little presentation. You're lucky that you have no other candidates, so you are already elected and you should be just confirmed tomorrow. Who starts first? Susanna, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Dear Rene, dear council colleagues, dear delegates, dear friends. We decided together with Marta that we won't use our 10 minutes as there are no other candidates for the two council female positions. We only would like to use the opportunity to thank Rene, our colleagues at the council, IHF staff, and you as well, the delegates, for your trust and support during these years we could work together. We promise you that we will continue to work hard also in the future for ice hockey, and especially for the development of women's hockey we both came from.
We would like to express that it was amazing to work with you, and we are hoping that the future will be also together. Having only two female candidates also makes us an impression that our devotion and love of the game has been recognized by you, and it's appreciated. We have met and started working together in 2011. And since that, we brought the love of the game on a higher level. We grew up as well as council members and as delegates. And it helped us a lot to cooperate with you on that. And that's why on this case, we'd like to express our gratitude to you for your sharing your knowledge and approaching us at every single moment when we can listen to you and then implement some help.
We hope that the legacy of Rene will stay with us. Our beloved sport will be always much important than politics, and we will remain the most fantastic sports family in the world, where people like each other, support each other, take care of each other.
And on this case, once again, we would like to wish good luck to all of the candidates for the presidential and the council positions. We will be waiting for you in the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, the two ladies, right on time. Then we start on the council member candidates presentation. As you know, we made a draw yesterday. So Pavel Bure, Russian Rocket. Please, you have the floor.
Вот это здорово, вот это русская ракета.
President, council members, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Hockey is my life. I grew up, spent every possible moment on the ice. I was a player, I was a team general manager, and now I'm managing different hockey projects, including Night Hockey League of Russia, where we have about 20,000 players, and we have a privilege sometimes even Mr. René sometimes put the sweater on as a ref and helping us. The hockey has given me so much through the years. I feel deep respect towards your hockey, and now I want to give back. I want to share my skills and experience with our hockey family. I'm thrilled to run for position on the IIHF Council. What should we do to make our game better? First, improve communication within hockey family. I find that hockey family is not a simple set of words. It has deep meaning and emotional resonance. In being a family, we must ensure that each voice and opinion is heard and respected. All members should have opportunities to share their ideas and experience. We need to unite our effort, be honest and open to each other. Second, we must grow the value of hockey. We live in a new world right now. Information is everywhere around us. We're always online. How many times you check your phones today? How many texts did you send all over the globe in a couple of days? Our life has changed. We have a lot of entertainment options today. This is a big challenge for us. We must fight for fans' interest with the television, social media, movies, other sports, computer games. We need to promote our game to increase fans' audience. We need to boost our ratings and revenues. Hockey marketing is key to our success. It gives us new partners, more money, and investment in the development of hockey. It helps to grow the value of hockey. And third, boost hockey through the IIHF development programs. I do believe that IIHF should provide us with a set of instruments to increase overall hockey level. The goal is to create the set of development and education programs for youth, women, amateur hockey, for athletes, coaches, and game officials. For skate rinks and arena constructions, this is a way to boost hockey for the great future. Dear hockey family, as a member of IIHF Council, I instead to serve the game of hockey. Serve with my whole heart, all my experience, and my energy. Together, we can make a hockey skyrocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. All the help you made in the back here for yesterday and the other days in the Russian Federation. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And the next candidate, Frank Gonzalez. Adelante, amigo. Thank you, Frankie. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear President, dear council members, dear delegates, it's a real pleasure for me to be here and being as a speaker right behind the rocket. I will try to make an indent on my Speedy Gonzalez skills to catch up with all the work that we want to do. As you see here, we have my history. This is history as a player, as an administrator, and that's all history and experience for you. But the most important part, it's right here. All these points, the transfer of knowledge among our member associations, this is what we need to transfer, build a network, move forward with all of this. The growing the game as a global organization for women and youth. Many of my colleagues here have spoken about that, so we're all on the same picture. Finding the right balance among our members when it comes to economics and sports, so let's be fair with one another. And this was where it comes when René speaks about that we have to respect those top nations to do things, but they also have to respect us as members that we all are together in this IHF. working together to reach our targets. As an IHF global hockey family, we are a family and we must work together to reach those goals. The increasing safety and security of our players and game officials by making sure the playing field is what it should be to play ice hockey. And we had a good reflection of that at the World Championship in Latvia, having a facility, working together with the local organization to have the perfect ice for the right hockey. Growing the level of hockey of all members and supporting our top world championships as a tool of income we all need. That comes together with point 3. We're all beautiful flowers, not on the shelf, but in the same garden, in the same playing field, and we all must work together to move forward. Understanding the importance of building more rinks with the M&As, as well as organizing ice maintenance and management seminars regionally. First comes the rinks, the chicken, okay? Then the coaches, then and lastly, the players and game officials. This is how it's always been with the IHF, and this is how we will continue to work, because it's the only way to work. If you don't have a rink, we can't do very much. How can we help the IHF? In order to help us, we need a strong president and council to be able to work with our membership and other entities of importance to our global game in order to find the right balance. This is what we need. Bringing back competitions that were taken away from women's ice hockey, such as the European Cup or any other activity we can bring forward to speed things up for women's hockey and youth hockey. The competition to help them grow quicker and better. Club competition should be on our list as a national federation concern within the IHF, be it amateur leagues or professional leagues. We have to keep pushing it. Sponsors, equipment suppliers, and development in general, we all have to work together with that. And we have to bring it to our member associations. We're here, the facility working group has tried to manage as much as possible. And from what I hear from all our candidates, it's an important point, and we hope to bring forward ideas to help those countries who might need to build that ice rink. There are many ideas from the World Curling Federation that they do. I think that can be brought into this group in order to help those countries move forward. So with this, I just want to say thank you, Renee, for your 27 years of leadership and friendship. And to all our council members, we wish you the very best and hope we can continue working together. And to the IHF staff, thank you all for your work, dedication on a daily basis. And Cornelia, my secretary on the facility, thank you so much for your work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Speedy Gonzalez, 4 minutes. Thank you. After the rocket, yeah, as you said. Thank you very much. Then the next candidate, Jan. You're here? I didn't see you. Where's Jan? Thank you. Thank you, Jan. Go ahead.
For sure, for every surgeon, time of surgery is essential. So I try to stay in 5 minutes. So let's rock and roll. Dear hockey family, name Jan Mölder, country Estonia. Our Russian, Latvian, and Lithuanian friends call us hot Estonian guys who have Christmas more often than sex. But please don't listen to them. I can assure you that I had opportunity to be part of early named activity definitely more than 2 times in last year. So it's not true. We are Estonians not so slow. Background, medical doctor, field traumatology and orthopedics. But for sure, as a doctor, I am a person who is able to put my finger to somebody's delicate body parts to make things happen and to make things moving. Of course, I will use gloves, rubber or boxing, it depends. Personal achievements, a lot of children, 1 marriage, 1 divorce, single, current status single. If I'm not taking account my 18 years old cat, whom I got from my last relationships, in addition to different memories. Ice hockey background, lot of different positions, except being a professional hockey player and IIHF president, not yet. But starting from team medical up to Estonian Ice Hockey Federation president, today we have a new president, Rauno Parras, who is here with me. And I have to say that I believe that we have very unique relationship with him, which is not very common between old president and new president. And I hope that Rauno can confirm my words. Since 2012, medical supervisor, more than 30 tournaments in my account. The last one, World Women's in Canada, in Calgary, in bubble, together with Susanna and Marta, with 0 COVID positive test and only 9 injuries to report in 31 games. So not bad. Since 2012, also member of medical committee of IGF. And I feel that I can say that our committee have done a significant job during last 2 years, providing different guidelines and COVID protocols to make our everyday life easier. During this time, committee chairman has been my good friend, Henrik. And Henrik, I'm sorry if it looks like I tried to push you off your chair today, but it's not the case. And I hope that you get a more important chair tomorrow morning. My mottos in ice hockey, for sure, maximum safety and minimum injuries. In daily life, there is no problems, there is only solutions. And I try to make them as simple as possible, simple to follow, simple to understand, as my current presentation. So, question, why me? What do we gain supporting me and electing me to the council? For sure, I'm not a person of big promises. I like to think that I am a promising person. But if a little bit more seriously, I feel that I can add to next council common sense, medical approach, and surgical precision. And I feel that these qualities will be needed also in our new council. Sorry, I didn't produce different materials, etc. But I was sure that we get enough of them also without me. And if I couldn't make my face rememberable in past years, then for sure I didn't believe that these papers will help me either. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Rene, to your great job, 27 years. I can't imagine what you have been through. But next to you sits a person who has been role model for me in these years I have been in ice hockey. And Kale, for sure, all of us will need also your guidance in the future, and especially me. So thank you, Kale. I never forget our tournaments, and especially the parts of Espresso and VSOP. Once again, thank you for your attention and smart choices for tomorrow.
Thank you, Jan, especially also your work you have done in the medical commission. So thank you, and your good sense of humor. The doctor with the gloves. So anyway, we go to the next candidate, Heikki. Heikki Hietanen. I mean, Heikki, knowing you, I don't know what, maybe since the beginning I'm here. So you have the floor, Heikki. Go ahead.
Dear hockey family, my name is Heikki, or Heikki, as many of you call me. I like both ways. Maybe the Heikki is even better. Why I'm running to council? First of all, I want to develop hockey worldwide. And I want to keep my long experience, hockey experience in use of IHF and member associations. Secondly, I want to continue the Finnish traditions to help the other countries to develop their hockey. Finland has always been ready to share the knowledge to everywhere. We have educated hundreds of coaches in Vierumäki in order to spread the hockey knowledge around the world. As a council member, I would activate all the big hockey countries to create a program how we in concrete way could help and deliver our hockey knowledge to the other countries. The growth of the hockey is the most important thing what we have to concentrate in becoming years. My hockey life already started when I was a little boy, and in our family, I don't remember the time when we haven't been involved to hockey. I started my professional career about 25 years ago, as I started as the CEO of Finnish League Club HPK. Then I was CEO of Finnish Ice Hockey Association almost 10 years. Then I was 7 years CEO of Vierumäki Sport Institute, and now I'm a General Secretary of 2022 IHF World Championships. I think all this experience is very good to help the other countries and serve in IHF Council. To summarize, I have a hockey knowledge, I have experience in leading organizations. I know how to run the sport business. I have experience how to communicate and marketing. I understand where the money comes to the hockey. And I have worked in several IHF committees, so I know how the IHF works and I know about what we have to develop. I strongly believe that my background and experience would help to serve you all for the best of the great game of hockey. I think together we need to build a new strategy. In that strategy, it should tell us where the hockey and IHF will be in the future. In that strategy, there should also be milestones so that you, Congress, delegates and member associations can follow how the council is doing their job. New council should implement the new structure soon and make right decisions quickly. We need ice rinks, good coach development, and good players. My dear friends, as a person, I'm a hardworking man and team player. Most importantly, you can rely on me. If you vote me to the council, in that position, I do everything to help and develop ice hockey worldwide. I have so far committed my life to the Finnish hockey. Now I'm ready to commit next years to work in IHF Council and help you and your associations to grow and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Heikki. Wishing you also good luck in Helsinki and Tampere for organizing the championships there. Okay, then we have the next candidate, Vistus from Latvia. So Vistus also here taking the opportunity for a great support for the not easy World Championship in Riga. So thank you for that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, friends, dear President, Council members. First of all, we have used many times today, yesterday, combination of words, hockey family. I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. How much do we know about hockey family? Do we know enough? Do we know more? Can we know more about hockey family? I have heard also that we have to communicate better. I strongly believe that communication starts with listening. I think we need more presentations and more speakers like Adnan did now. We have to listen more. We have to understand each other better. We are spending too much time on technicalities. I rather like to spend time on listening each other, M&As and federations. By understanding ourselves better, we'll be able to come together and create a plan for IHF future. I strongly believe that we as an organization must have planned for next 10, 15 years how to develop our great game of hockey. I strongly would like to recommend to transform and make IHF Development Committee, where to invite virtual meetings, vast representation of M&As, general secretaries, and collect as much as information needed and possible to create this kind of plan based on needs for continents, for divisions, and come up with plans synchronized with IHS office. Then we'll be able to compete. With whom we have to compete? We have to compete not only with hockey, basketball, volleyball, football, we have to compete with opera, with theaters. Most importantly, we have to compete with social media. Young guys, young boys and girls, they are sitting in the phones. They don't want to go to gym anymore. Our fan base is getting older. We have to take out those guys, those kids out of the modern technologies. We have to create new markets, new products, new communication strategy. After Netflix released the series, Queen's Gambit, popularity in chess in the world grew dramatically. Hockey can make, only in this audience yesterday, we have witnessed so many talented, important, and loud names. Renee itself can be able to make series in Netflix and get audience. We need that kind of series. We need films about Tony Esposito. We need films about Vladislav Tretiak. Here is sitting Philippe Lacavier. We need those kind of series. We need series about hockey. We need to get hockey popularity on next level. Then we'll be able to compete. Then we'll get our new fans. Our fan base is getting older. We need to renew that. As you know, together with our in partnership with IHF and Infront, we've been able in May, June to organize World Championship in hockey. We found a way together to use great game of hockey to bring our world together at the time when it needed it most. Thank you for this partnership. It was very fruitful and we all witnessed the good results of that. A little bit about me. I have hockey experience 20 years, but I am a business person. I'm very pragmatic and solution-based. I am a very creative person, always finding solutions, opportunities, and I am very driven for the progress. Last but not least, hockey game is not only pro level. Hockey is not only national teams. We have to remember that those and keep always attention towards boys and girls who will start to first practice. We have to help them develop their career. Not all of them will become Olympic champions, not all of them even to make national team, but all of us together, everything starts with us. We have to help them to become better persons. We have to become them stronger personalities, more disciplined, more strong, more devoted, more patriotic. And by doing that, by doing amazing things in hockey and being able to make astonishing progress, we will make, as a leaders, as a true leaders, world better place to live. Thank you.
Well, yes, Vistus, thank you very much. The next, Joaquim, where are you? You have the floor. So thank you making this long trip, Joaquim, very exceptional, coming from far away. And thank you what you do for our Mexican in so many years, Joaquim.
Never sees me, Dear Rene, dear IHF hockey family, many years ago, I made a compromise with myself and my country, Mexico. 25 years ago, Mexican hockey was born. That's my first goal with myself, and it's complete now. My second compromise is with my country, and I want to be the voice of hockey, but not only for Mexico, also for the smallest countries around the world. I would like to show them the way to go to achieve the dream and make it happen. But without support of the biggest countries, it will be impossible. When you become a leader, the most important thing you have is your word and your trust. That's where respect comes from. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rene, for all your support for 20-something years. And thank you, all the hockey family.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, Joaquin. I mean, you're always ready to organize world championships. I mean, you're doing a great job. I go to the next presentation from Miro Shatan from Slovakia. Miro, you have the floor.
A Slovak legend who helped his country rise to hockey prominence in the early 90s. Miroslav Shatan not only helped Slovakia qualify for the '94 Olympics, he led the tournament with 9 goals and led the World Championship C pool scoring the same year. Though drafted by Edmonton in the NHL, his best years were in Buffalo, where he'd score 40 goals in '98-99, helping the Sabres reach the Stanley Cup final. Back home, Slovakia was becoming an international power, and Shatan was the leader, scoring 10 goals in their silver medal finish at the 2000 World Championship. In '02, he scored in their historic gold medal victory over Russia, and completed his podium finishes with a bronze in 2003. His 14-year NHL career included its biggest prize, helping Pittsburgh win the Stanley Cup in 2009. Shatan would also play in the 2010 Olympics and claim another silver at the World Championship in 2012, finishing his career at the Worlds in 2014. He wore the captaincy for Slovakia 9 times.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members, dear delegates, and international ice hockey family. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present why I would like to ask you for your vote in this upcoming election. 4 years ago, as a former player, I decided to move back and talk to a few of my friends and decided to move back and help out to improve hockey in Slovakia. First, I became the general manager of the national hockey team. 2 years later, I've been elected as a Slovak Ice Hockey Federation president and been working in this since 2019. And what I found when I came back from United States, I found that basically we had the old infrastructure. Slovakia has about 70 old rinks, and they are probably older than me, and only maybe 5 or 6 new ones built in the last 15 years. So that's what we have to work with. We found that we have an old educational system for our coaches. We have kind of old way that has been successful in the past in 80s and 90s to how to develop the young players. And we found that countries that are on the top basically doing it a little bit different way. So there was a lot of things what we had to do. So one thing, of course, was as for most of you are money and finding new sponsorships and partnership with maybe government. And I was able to bring our government into the plan to develop 8 new hockey academies, and they contributed 14 million euros to do this. So we have a partnership with our government and trying to improve things in Slovakia. So I understand the small countries and maybe battles they have to do to kind of develop.
I think many speakers before me spoke about development and how to make our game global. I believe as a country who is kind of in the middle and understands issues on both sides, I could be a bridge between understanding two different sides and finding solution and finding the vision for international ice hockey family for maybe next decade. I know we have an important election tomorrow as far as the president. They say that character of the organization depends on the character of the leader. So I want to wish you the good luck choosing the right president. I know we have all 5 great candidates, and I would definitely like to be part of the help and part of the maybe council and trying to help the new president to create this vision for you and also execute it as a council member. So I would like to kindly ask you to consider voting for me in tomorrow's election. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Miro, for yesterday evening. I mean, as I could see, you are still in very good shape on the ice, so maybe you could continue to play, I don't know. But being Stanley Cup winner and world champion, I will never forget the moment actually it was in Sweden when they won the world championship, so that was a very great moment. Reto Rafaina from Switzerland. Reto, another hockey player from yesterday. Oh.
Dear hockey ladies, dear hockey gentlemen, what a great game last night. I was so thankful and proud that I was part of it. But in a team with players like Tikkanen, Larionov, Datsuk, Kuri, I would be obviously a forward-line player. But you know, forward-line players are very important to win. So why are they important to win? I need a hockey brain. Who is the biggest hockey brain in here? Bob, may you help me? What kind of characteristic forward-line players need you to have in a hockey team?
Well, on the spot, you got to be a hard worker, great character, think team first, and know your role.
Thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, I was sending you out a couple of videos, messages, and pictures the last month. I hope you had the chance to see them. I had a great remark from our friend Andy from Great Britain. He said he got more messages, pictures, and video from myself than from his wife. So I really hope it wasn't too much, but it was really important for me. I sent you videos about small and big countries building the bridge. I was sending you out videos about clubs, leagues, NHL, and the importance of the IHF. I was sending you videos about referees. And I tell you, I would love to have the lead over the referees if I get elected to the council, because this is a very, very important topic in the future. And probably the most important message about how to get boys and girls into the game of hockey. Maybe you feel it, I could talk for hours. Ashley gave me only 5 minutes, but I'm gonna be very honest and clear and direct to you. We can stop doing promises, we can stop doing plans. The most important thing, ladies and gentlemen, and Azerbaijan and Lebanon, listen now, the most important thing from my point of view is to bring back working power, working help into the IHF office. IHF office, and I know it's because of pandemic, and we were all waiting for new presidency. But IHF office lost 8 full-time people in various departments. So council and presidents, we can do the strategic and make the plan, but we are not going to travel 2 weeks to learn how to fish, for using the terms of our president. It's the IHF office, and we need this good quality people back to help you. So if you haven't seen my videos, please take out your phone, even at home. It works, it's 2021, it's a QR code. You can use the application of the camera. You don't have to watch it now, and maybe don't watch it tonight before you go to bed, but maybe you have a time to do it earlier. With all my heart, I wish to be elected to the IHF Council. I would be a first-line player with the qualities of the fourth-line player. A young, hardworking guy with the right character and team-first mentality. Thank you very much for your support.
Well, thank you very much, Reto. That was really, but thank you also here for coming. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we were really understaffed in the last couple of months. Anyway, thank you, Reto. I have our Swedish president of the federation, Anders Larsson. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear delegates, dear hockey friends, it's really an honor for me standing here together with all of you, being a council candidate nominated by Sweden. Here I see 2 dimensions. First, Sweden is a small country, but hockey-wise, we are quite successful. We have a well-proven development model, and history shows that we are very good at developing players. I know I can contribute with that experience and the knowledge about how to do it, both at the council table, but also in the international hockey family. Secondly, I really have devoted my whole life to hockey. And for me, it's not just any sport. It's a passion and a way of living. I'm in my 7th year as president of the Swedish Ice Hockey Association, but I've been involved at the national level for more than 20 years. Over that time, I've built up a great deal of experience, and I've now, at the age of 44, still many years left in hockey, where I can participate and contribute internationally. In addition to my role as Swedish hockey president, I'm also the vice president of the Swedish Olympic Committee. The Olympic movement means a lot to hockey in the world. It's not only about gaining access to the best players in the Olympic Games, but also being able to develop and promote the game globally. Since 2016, I've had the opportunity to be a member of the IHF Competition and Coordination Committee, and I'm also chairman of the organization in Sweden, making all the CBAs with the unions for all sports. So with my background and current positions, I feel confident to say that I have a solid platform of knowledge and experience to take on a role in the IHF Council. Those of you who know me, you know that my work philosophy regarding ice hockey pretty much can be summarized in 3 bullet points: together, growth, and development. It's about the ice hockey family coming closer and working together as a good team does on the ice. It's about restarting hockey and grow the game all over the world. That must be a key priority in the next years after the pandemic. We have a great opportunity to increase the number of players, game officials, and facilities for hockey. We also need to keep sharing knowledge, expertise, and know-how. If we act clever in the post-pandemic hockey world, there's a lot to be won. The digitalizations open new opportunities for learning and networking. I can tell you, I personally take pride in trying to help developing hockey in countries where the sport is still new and takes steps forwards. My experience is also that we in Sweden have learned a lot by cooperating with others. Let me share some of many examples. Over the last years, I've had the opportunity to present the Swedish development model in Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Serbia, and Bulgaria. I had the opportunity to meet many of you from the Asian countries at the ASPG meeting in Manila back in 2019. Cooperation around the globe with New Zealand and Australia. Many years of cooperation with the Hockey Academy in Hong Kong. And many of you have been visiting us in Sweden and shared knowledge with us. So when talking about together growth and development, it's something that only can become true by us working as a united team. I also want to say something about myself as a person. My degree is Master of Science in Industrial Management and Engineering from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. As a person, I like change. And I like to achieve goals together with others, meaning being a team player. As an ice hockey leader, I really see the importance of fair play and respect. Maybe that's why I liked being an ice hockey referee back in the days. And the willingness to find solutions. We compete on the ice, but when the game is over, we all belong to the same group and need to take on future challenges together. If you vote for me, I can promise you that I will do my best to contribute to the development and future of the global ice hockey. I hope for your support. Merci beaucoup. Spasiba. Thank you.
Tack så mycket. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anders, and thank you also very much for the great job you're doing in Sweden. The next candidate will be our friend Andrea Gios, member of the Financial Committee. Thank you, and being the president of the Italian Sports Federation, Winter Sports Federation, and former hockey player too. Andrea, you have the floor.
Buongiorno a tutti. Dear friends, we are here to elect the future governance of IHF, and we have some important news. After many years, we will have a new president, but above all, we will have to find ourselves confronted with a new governance system. We need to get prepared for that. We will have to face this challenge that will require the new council to make an important organizational effort in order to correctly set the new internal decision-making process, to choose the right person, to put them in the right position, to make a lot of new choices to give us the right organization. In this month, in which the candidates have confronted each other, many new ideas and many important proposals have emerged. Now, it will be up to the new council to analyze and evaluate them with the necessary attention. Also in relation of the available economical and financial resources, which, as you well know, are not unlimited. My professional experience as business consultant has taught me that the success of any organization comes from a careful management of resources and by a strict budget management. This is why I believe that in this new context, in this new operational situation, there is a need for professionalism and people able to evaluate that change from a managerial point of view, while maintaining the sport commitment and the fundamental attention to the development of the entire movement in all, and I repeat, all the 5 continents. At this moment, it's also necessary to maintain the unity of our family. And it is essential that those who will have the responsibility of governing also have the patience and take the time to listen, to discuss with all national associations, even the smallest one, because it is essential that everyone grow if we want to develop our world. I represent a small federation, and I know how difficult it is being small. But I am also a hockey player, and I look with great respect and admiration the most advanced federation, where hockey is a concrete reality, where there are consolidated programs, and efficient system of development of players and of the game. This is why I feel I can represent all of you and represent all the realities that make part of our family. Last but not least, joining the IHF Council would give me the opportunity, this is a great opportunity, to have much more power in the organizing committee of 2026 Milano Cortina Olympic Games, to further promote our sport, to give much more visibility to IHF, and to give ice hockey the right scenario for the future. Dear friend, I can assure you that for me, it would be a great honor and an extraordinary privilege to be able to take part in the new council and to be able to participate in building the future of IHF. Thank you all for the support you will give me. Many thanks to all the people that in this month had the patience to listen my call or to read my email. And what is more important, good luck to all those who will have the opportunity to be part of the new council for a balanced and sustainable development of our great ice hockey family. Thank you very much to all.
Mille grazie, Andrea. Then the next one, Petras Nausėdas, Lithuania. Petras, you are coming? Yeah, don't hurry. We still have time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, René, for the floor. Dear colleagues, dear partners, my name is Petras Nausėda. I'm from Lithuania. It's a huge honor to stand here to run for the council. I would say I feel very comfortable to run for the council. Oh, sorry, where is my switcher? Oh, thanks. At the age of 36, I already went through all ice hockey stages in my country. I've been national team player for 10 years. I started at the age of 17. I won some championships as a player as well, and already as a GM too, in the last couple of years. I've been elected the president of our national federation at the age of 25. And as I know, I was the youngest guy at the IHF enemies to select this. We had a great journey with our members, with our staff through that 8 years we had. We grow up number of the kids. We grow up members. We have new rings. We organize worldwide championship, world-class championship in our country. At 2016, I had an opportunity and I've been invited to work in IHF competition and coordination committee. It was a huge experience sitting at the same table with the Hockey Alliance, Russia, USA, Switzerland, Finland, Sweden. I made a huge experience and having a bigger map of those top countries, what the questions, issues they got. Another big point in my career was also what made a huge impact. I was elected as a council member of our capital city of Vilnius. I served there for 4 years. I made a lot of connections. I presented city on a national and international level. And the best thing is what I do all my life. I'm taking the best connections, I'm taking the best things, and I'm bringing back to the hockey. That's what I did in Lithuania as well. To be honest, I changed the slide a little bit. We heard a lot of promises. We heard a lot of good ideas.
but I want to choose my offers very responsible. I'm coming to the council to focus on, to work on developing countries, small countries, as I am from. I went through my life as a player, as a manager, working, knowing small details, what it is to develop ice hockey in basketball country. It's not so easy. I know how to work with foreign countries, cooperate with our colleagues a lot. So I think I'll do my best for all the small and developing countries here. For sure, I'm in favor to support new formats, to support new products. We need go for that, but it's very responsible steps, and we're going to take it very responsible in the future. My motto as a council member, to hear, to listen, to act. It's like in a family thing. If you can't hear, you're not able to listen, and otherwise. So I'm really ready to hear, to listen, and to act. To put my energy, to put my effort, to do our game better, to do our family better. And in the end, my personal promise, the biggest promise, now I found that I'm not the only one working hard. So there will be more. So to be the hardest working member in council lineup. That's what I do all my life. Thank you very much. Have a good day and vote smart tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Petras. It's true. I mean, in a country like Lithuania with basketball, so you could be a basketball player too with your size, Petras. So, but I thank you what you're doing in a, as you said, in a small federation, especially when you have to fight against another very, very strong sports federation. Now we have over the council members. I have a very good feeling. I mean, as you could see, very good presentations from all the different candidates. I'm really pleased about that. So that would make even your choice even more difficult. But the good thing about that is that the council will be in a very good hands. As the candidates I could hear here, they are really excellent. So thank you and congratulations for a very good presentation and following actually the dictated 5 minutes from Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. So now we go to the auditors. We have two candidates here. We have Ab van Grinsen from Belgium. Ab, do you have the floor? Thank you what you did also in the financial committee, Hub, in all these years. Really appreciative work.
Dear President, Council and delegates, thank you for the time and the opportunity to introduce myself as a candidate for the auditor's position. We heard a lot of experts on sports and on ice hockey. My strength is an auditor. I'm specialized in accounting, financial reporting, financial processes and governance. But I enjoy playing hockey. I play once a week with my wife, my sons, and my daughter-in-law. And we really enjoy that together. I worked the last 30 years as an auditor and in different finance and change management positions. And I retired in 2013 because I wanted to spend more time with my wife and really do things which we liked and we enjoyed. I served many years in the board of the youth and pro hockey club in our hometown in Geleen. And I joined the Belgium Ice Hockey Federation as a CFO in 2010. I had the pleasure to work the last 5 years with the finance committee and help with my knowledge and experience to make improvements in the finance regulations, in the processes, but also to help the financial reporting process and to make financials more visible for non-financials. I would be pleased if you would give me the trust to work for you the next years on the further development of the IIHF financial reporting and processes and systems, and also support the financial committee and hockey family. Thank you.
Merci, Hal. Once again, thank you for, you have some great expertise working actually in the financial committee together with Luc. So thank you for being here, Hub. And now we give the floor to Fabio. As I told you yesterday, I think we had a lot of fights, not fights, but good discussion with Fabio. And Fabio, I would like to thank you that you are part of that. I mean, being in Switzerland, having actually the Swiss tax law and all the Swiss, I would say, rules regarding bookkeeping, you were a great help. And I just still miss the cash, as you know. So, but in the bank, there is no more cash. Anyway, so Fabio, thank you for being here and go ahead.
Thank you, dear Mr. President, dear council members, dear delegates. I'm not here to deliver the audit report that did Christa yesterday, but I'm here now as a candidate of the Office of Internal Auditor. And I would be very much honored if you would renew your confidence in me. Let me give a brief introduction for them which don't know me yet. I think that with my vast interdisciplinary skills and expertise, I can be and serve as a competent advisor and sparring partner for council, staff member, and also for the M&As in financial and corporate governance issues. And I think that this, also with the new status and bylaw, is one important new task of the internal auditor besides the real audit work. But be also assured that I also understand the ice hockey business, because I was for several years member of the board of directors of the Swiss Ice Hockey Federation and in a leading position with Club Ice Hockey. Therefore, I'm not only a narrow specialist, narrow-minded specialist, as René mentioned, but I'm also a person with a broad spectrum and knowledge. Briefly to my background, I'm a Swiss attorney, married, happily married, and father of 2 adult children. And I have spent most of my professional career in the financial industry. Therefore, I feel at home in the areas of finance, law, corporate governance, and also tax. And I think that I bring all the requests needed as an internal auditor according to the statutes and bylaws, where it's also stated that at least one auditor needs to be knowledgeable in finance and law issues in that country where IHF is headquartered. And to my knowledge, until now, the headquarters of IHF is still Zurich. I'm a very open-minded, straightforward person, and I would really much appreciate if I could go on with my journey to serve IHF and to preserve, to safeguard the financial and the reputation of IHF. I know that I can only do that if you again put the trust on me, and I would really be pleased if you do that and if you tomorrow put the right button. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabio. I would also like to add that you are a huge Ambri Piotta fan. Huge. You know, that's not always an advantage when they play against my team. Small village, but they have a new arena. This is very, actually they had one of the first NHL player playing in Switzerland, Bob, Andy Bothgate. Can you imagine, in a small village in Ticino? I mean, big NHL star. He was actually the first one, yeah. It was not a lockout at then, yeah. Andy Bothgate, maybe the older generation remembers that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are over this introduction. As I said, I have a good feeling here. I came back to the good family feeling when the council members, candidates spoke about that. It's always like this. I mean, when we have some challenges like this election. We try to lose this family spirit, but because there is this competition, but respect and fair play, what I always said, this is very important. So you have the whole day now to think it over. The night, I would say the evening and the whole night, and even tomorrow very early in the morning. And before I close this session here, John, I would like to give you the floor. Sergey wants to say something also. Sergey?
Yes, thank you, Rene. Just shortly wanted to inform you that I withdraw from Senior Vice President and Regional Vice President candidacies. Thank you very much.
If I hear you right, maybe take a note, Ashley, that Sergey is not running for Senior Vice, and not running for, ich komme, Franz, and not for Regional Vice. Franz?
Thank you very much, Rene. It's after listening to all the candidates, I also withdraw my candidature for the Senior Vice President's position.
Okay, so Ashley, you note, Senior Vice President Franz. Any other people retiring? No, but still you have, I would say that we still have time tomorrow, no? Anytime you can withdraw from any position. Okay. So then, John.
Yes, hello everybody. You didn't hear my voice today a lot, and but I thought I wait until the end. I have, of course, some organizational remarks. Sorry to be long now. No, I'm not too long. It was planned at 12 o'clock the lunch and at 1 o'clock the Hall of Fame induction. We have moved now everything by 1 hour, so the lunch starts at 1 and the Hall of Fame induction starts at 2. The Hall of Fame induction is in this room St. Petersburg for invited guests. The ones who go there, they should have an invitation. The place is limited there and everybody should get an invitation who has access to there. The whole show will be showed in here as well at 2 o'clock live here on the big screen. So everybody can stay in here and watch the whole show here live on the screen, just that you know. Then I have a remark in regards to your department. I'm talking already about the department, even if it's not over yet, but the pickup times for your departure, did I say department? No, departure, of course. Sorry, I didn't want to sell any apartments or something like that. The pickup time for the departure are displayed at the hospitality desk. So please check your departure times or pickup times. I know that some have planned the departure tomorrow, but you can imagine that the election could get a little bit longer. So I don't think that we will be finished at noon. So recheck your departure dates, your pickup times, and if you have to change something or if you're not sure, please contact our transportation manager, Pascal Loy from the IHF. So please be aware, it can take a little bit longer tomorrow at the Congress. Then a very important information for the gala dinner tonight. If you attend the gala dinner, you have to bring your invitation and a passport. And I really mention again, the passport, not an ID. If you only bring an identity card, you will be thrown out or not let in. So it has to be the passport. The reason is, this is a state building and the security check is very, very strong. So I remind you, you have to take your passport and the invitation. The buses are leaving at 6 o'clock. The buses are leaving at 6 o'clock. Usually for the meeting, the council members had an assigned table. To be fair to all the candidates, we have this year assigned tables to all the candidates. So I have here 22 cards with table numbers. Every candidate gets a card and he can choose the people on his table. The table have 8 spots, so you can choose your people around. For all the others is free seating. So it's space enough, But to be fair to this, all the candidates that have the same rights like everybody else, everybody gets a card. And then last but not least, I don't want to be the party crasher already today, but I just want to remind you tomorrow after the elections, the Congress is not over. We have some points according to our statutes that we have to go through. So I kindly ask you after the election to be patient and not start to partying already. We have to finish the Congress first. I'm sorry to be the party crasher here, but I just wanted to mention today already. Thank you. That's all from my side, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Questions? Martin? Yeah.
Yes, Tom Rainey has.
Tom Rainey has a question. Just listen.
I
Yeah,
don't have a
wait
question.
second to listen. Yeah.
I have a remark. If
Tom,
I can.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Renee. I hope you can hear me. I hope everyone at Congress can hear me.
We cannot
I just
hear
wanted-
you.
You can't hear me?
Can you unmute? I mean, again, I've
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm getting thumbs up from my colleagues around the world, so I'll talk. I just want to point out that from Hockey Canada's perspective, we want to congratulate you, Renee, on an outstanding run of excellence and perseverance and leadership. And I would only close with this, and I want to make it quick because the accolades have been many and there'll be many more, and we will be more professional in our approach to recognize you at a later date. But leadership is not a position. Leadership is a disposition. And from 1994, when I first met Renee in the dressing room after the gold medal game in Lillehammer, to this day, the one thing I can tell about Renee Fassel is that he brings the proper disposition to his leadership role every day. And you know, at times it's not pleasant. That's leadership. More often than not, it's pleasant, it's professional, it's what's required. And Renee, you should be commended on the proper disposition to be a leader of people. And we wish you all the best of luck from Hockey Canada, from Scott Smith, our president and COO, Michael Brendamore, chair of the board of Hockey Canada, and myself, and millions of Canadians across the country. We want to thank you for your leadership, and thank you all for your indulgence in allowing me to make that statement here today. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Renee.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Canada. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Coming from Canada, I mean, this is a very special honor, the country of hockey. So, any questions, remarks? So I wish you a good lunch. And as I said, at 2 o'clock, we have the Hockey Hall of Fame induction. And the buses, they leave at
6 o'clock.
And do not forget your passport. Thank you very much.
Roxane, não ligar a luz da tua sombra. Vermelha e preta, não tem que vender jamais teu corpo à toa. Roxane, esse ouro falso não vai dar. Caminhando na lama, sem pensar no que foi, o que será. Roxane, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxane, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Só sou que ainda lembro aquele sentimento que ainda dentro vai me arranhar quando penso que com uma mulher. Não sou uma boneca, não sou uma escrava, mas alguém que tem sempre o dever de se respeitar. Ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxane, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Roxane, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxane, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Roxane, 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 Roxane. Roxanne, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxanne, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Roxanne, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxanne, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Roxanne, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxanne, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Roxanne, não ligar a luz da tua sombra, não. Roxanne, não tem que apagar a tua alma, não. Me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. Both know that it is wrong, but I tell you, it smells so strong to let him go now.